Good morning, distinguished guests, dear scholarship winners, and colleagues. My name is Banu Abdusalamova. I am a project manager at the National Erasmus Plus in Uzbekistan. It is an honor to be participating in this meeting in the role of a moderator and listen to presentations as a winner. The second part will be moderated by my colleague here, Mahmoudjon Utkurov, project manager at National Erasmus Plus Office. Firstly, let me congratulate all of you who have been selected for this prestigious program. Your achievement represents not only personal success, but also the growing strengths of education cooperation between Uzbekistan and European Union. We are proud to announce that we have 13 winners this year, out of which 9 are female and 4 are male. The fields of studies are diverse: engineering, technology, health, environmental sciences, social sciences, law, economics, and cyberpsychology. Students will be hosted by 16 universities in Europe and beyond. Today's meeting brings together an exceptional group of speakers and participants. We have with us representatives of EU delegation, embassies of EU member states, distinguished academics, successful alumni, and of course you, future ambassadors of knowledge and intercultural exchange. Over the next several hours, you will receive valuable insights about studying in Europe, practical tips from those who have walked through this path before you, and important information about intercultural communication and academic life in European universities. And before we begin with our opening speeches, let me remind everyone that this is a hybrid meeting, so we have also participants joining us online. Welcome, guys. And please feel free to ask questions during QA sessions throughout the days. Now it is my great honor to invite Mr. Mindaugas Kacherauskis, Chargé of the EU delegation in Uzbekistan. He also serves as a head of political press and information section of the EU delegation to Uzbekistan. Mr. Kacherauskis, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues, fellow diplomats, dear Madam Abdurrahmanova, dear Madam Noshadi, dear Professor Fayzullaev. It is a great honor for me to be here with you today in this dynamic academic environment. As an EU diplomat, I am delighted to engage with young minds who will shape the future of Uzbekistan and beyond. Today, I would like to talk about the European Union deep relations with Uzbekistan, European Union's role in the world, our partnership with Central Asia, our geopolitical challenges, and also touch a little bit Erasmus in a more general way. As you know, the European Union is a unique political and economic union that brings together 27 countries bound by shared values of peace, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Our mission is to foster prosperity, security, and sustainable development, both within our borders and globally. Uzbekistan hosted in April the first ever European Union Central Asia Summit, which became a landmark event in our relations. And Uzbekistan is becoming an important partner for the EU, for the European Union in the region, also thanks to the ongoing reforms, internal reforms, and Uzbekistan's new positioning as driving force as regional cooperation going to regional integration. We see Uzbekistan as a key partner in the region with its rich cultural heritage and ambitious reform program. Our goal is to support your country in various areas such as green transition, digital transformation, rule of law, and economic diversification. At bilateral level, our relations should be soon lifted to an even new level with the long-expected signing of the Enhanced Partnership and Cooperation Agreement, which could lead a visit by President Mirziyoyev to Brussels for the first time after the summer. In general, we have a very positive trend of our cooperation, which is deepening in many spheres such as trade, investments, critical raw material, transport, security, and rule of law. Our bilateral and trade investment relations are steadily growing. In 2024, European 27, meaning our all member states, was Uzbekistan's third largest trading partner. We also make sure that Uzbekistan fully benefits from the boost of trade and contacts, not only as a transit country, but also as a fully integrated partner. Via the global gateway, the European Union is investing in infrastructure such as Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor, sustainable critical raw materials value chains, transport networks, national spatial data infrastructure, green energy, as well as irrigation. What distinguishes the EU as a partner is that we create value through our projects by investing in local capital and sustainable supply chain. Also, I'm delighted to recall that last year we celebrated our 30 years of diplomatic relations between European Union and Uzbekistan. This year, the first 6 months of this year witnessed unprecedented level of our engagement. We have a GSP Plus monitoring mission to Uzbekistan. GSP Plus is a mechanism allowing duty-free trade for Uzbekistan at zero tariffs entrance to the European Union. Then we had human rights dialogue recently. We had parliamentary cooperation high-level meeting. We had visit by Commissioner for International Partnership Sikela and visit by the Vice President of the European Commission and High Representative Kallas. But the real height of our cooperation came 3 months ago when the first European Union Central Asian Summit took place in Samarkand. During the summit in Samarkand in April, we decided to elevate our relations to the level of strategic partnership between the European Union and Central Asia and mobilize additional funding for infrastructure. In a world increasingly challenged by polarization, wars and conflicts, the principles embodied by the European Union, democracy, rule of law, respect for human rights, respect for human dignity, and inclusivity are more relevant than ever. It goes without saying that one of the most tangible ways that the European Union fosters cooperation with Uzbekistan is through education and academic exchange. The Erasmus Plus program is one of the European Union's most successful initiatives, offering students and researchers the opportunity to study, train, and gain international experience at European universities. Moreover, Erasmus Plus is not just about studying in Europe. It also strengthens partnerships between European and Uzbek universities. It also promotes our values, culture, understanding, a stronger sense of European identity, and of course, our European lifestyle. Erasmus Plus symbolizes some of the European Union's most precious values and aspirations. Erasmus Plus program is also one of the symbols of European integration, meaning getting stronger and enlarging, accepting new countries. Eurobarometer public opinion surveys on youth and democracy show it to be by far the most well-known EU funding opportunity. Most of those who participated in Erasmus Plus has described it as a truly transformative experience because it is not just about mobility, it's about possibility. Indeed, for many, Erasmus Plus is the face of the European Union. Since 1987, the program has enabled more than 16 million people, most of them young, to discover Europe and the world. Erasmus Plus stands for skills-based and value-orientated exchange and education. University studies is not just professional perfection. It is one of our most powerful tools for shaping our society's future, including the way we think about and organize the world, in case we want a society that is open, fair, democratic, and dynamic. Dear Erasmus scholars, today you begin a new chapter in your academic career. As future leaders and academicians, you have a crucial role to play in shaping your country's development and deepening the engagement for the world. I encourage you to explore opportunities that the European Union member states, in this case, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain provides to build new bridges and knowledge and cooperation and to embrace the spirit of international exchange. I would like to express my gratitude to Erasmus National Office for organizing this. I would like to express sincere gratitude to my dear colleagues, Balika and Sadakat, working at the European Union delegation, who made this gathering possible. My heartfelt thanks to my colleagues, diplomats from European Union member states embassies, who made it possible today. And of course, with love and appreciation to all Erasmus winners and scholars. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very productive engagement today. One technical remark. You are all invited to lunch hosted by the European Union delegation today, so please do not leave, stay together. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kacherauskis. And yes, you are right. Erasmus Plus is one of the most prominent programs of the EU, which has been strengthening education and cultural exchange between the EU member states and Uzbekistan for more than 30 years. And now I am honored to present Sara Noshadi, head of the UNESCO office in Uzbekistan. She holds an Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters degree, just like the one you will be receiving soon. She has a degree in Cultural Heritage Management from Jean Monnet University in France, as well as a master's degree in Anthropology from University of Tehran. Ms. Noshadi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Kacherauskis, Mr. Fayzullaev, dear Aziza, dear students and colleagues from the European embassies. I thought a lot about what to tell you. And one of the most important things I've learned in the past maybe 10 years is that when you communicate with people, and anyway in life, have the perspective and perception in mind. And for me, it's not difficult to put myself in your position because I was in your position. So I looked at things from your perspective and thinking about what would you like to hear before going to your master's degrees. It's very difficult. It's not easy because it's been years ago for me. It's been, I think, 18 years ago. But I did my best. And also I thought about, I know you are busy with logistics, and you're very excited and you don't yet imagine the problems and challenges, but they will come. I just wanted to say that, and it's a good space to be and enjoy, like while it lasts. But I wanted to say that the challenges, actually, it's more of a blessing during Erasmus studies, because you're very well supported by the system, the program that's running since 1987, I think, more than 20 years. So there's a support system in place, logistically, and also even personally. So you will enjoy it. I thought about it, three main things to share with you on advice. And sometimes we are ready to hear it, sometimes we are not ready to hear it. So, or maybe it's not the time. Just please remember, and then when is the time in your life that you're ready and and it's remember that, like, first, perspective and perception in your life. Always put things in perspective. So that's why small challenges and problems don't break you, and small happiness doesn't make you go up and down. So everything that happens to you, think about it. Will it matter in 5 years? For example, this one, it will matter in 5 years, being selected to study Erasmus, because this will actually shape your life. Not for what you study, or less for what you study, more, as my colleague from European Union mentioned, more for the lifestyle and the experience of living in different cultures. Not that one culture is better than the other, it's just that this cultural diversity makes us grow, because the second thing I wanted to tell you, the perception, it allows you to look at yourself from the point of view of others. So not only put yourself in the position of your others and have a perspective of them, not only put things in a perspective of several years, but also to look at yourself, understand your perceived identity, because all of us have an identity, right? We recognize ourselves with this or that, but this doesn't matter much. How people treat you. People treat you from your perceived identity, how they see you. And it's very important, because when you can look at the point of view of other cultures and other people, then you see yourself as a whole, in a bird view. So that's an important part of what I want to say also about perception is this cultural diversity. In the UN job interviews, we usually ask people, "Oh, how did you have experience of working with in a multicultural environment?" And as if it's a challenge, but it's truly an advantage, a positive thing. It's in no way and never is a challenge. So even what they call it a culture shock is not a shock. It's actually a surprise. It's the beauty of how things are different while we're all the same in other ways. And then the last thing, other than perspective and perception, and the third thing that I wanted to talk about is to use this to learn to become anti-fragile. And anti-fragile means to come out of troubles a stronger person. I don't call it resilient, because resilient is about surviving, barely surviving. I mean more. I mean aim for challenges, aim for troubles, not the ones you chose, the one the world throws at you, because it's very good to plan and have a plan, but most of things that happens to us is not planned. So you have to be ready for the unplanned and reduce your fragility to grow with troubles. And how to reduce your fragility, you will learn it. you're young, and just by putting things to perspective already, you know that many things that happens as a challenge they're not important, but also to, how do I say, to go for smaller troubles. You know, it's like when they say what doesn't kill us make us stronger. It's true. It's like a smaller dose of things that they don't break us. And there will be a lot of this during the 2 years that you're going to study. So it's very difficult. Again, it's very difficult to tell you at your age, don't take things too seriously, and because it will be your whole life in these 2 years. It will be every small issue, or you can't find the internship you want, or maybe you can't bring your family, or there's some trouble, or all of this. It's very difficult to say, because of course during that time that's your whole life. But keep this in mind, that your life is much longer, and haven't even started yet, the actual part. And this is the part that you and it's such a pleasure that at this age you're given this opportunity to learn and prepare for a real life that's coming, you know, to you, a lot more opportunities. So sorry for speaking a lot, and I prepared something, but I spoke off text. Because actually I saw that you're much younger than what I expected. Because last year I think that we had many people who already had a master's degree, for example. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Aziza, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Noshadi, for your encouraging words and also helpful advice. And we're sure that you guys will be exposed to different experiences and, of course, different challenges ahead of you. And now it is an honor to present Professor Alisher Fayzullaev, Doctor of Science, retired ambassador. He's an international recognized scholar, retired diplomat, and author with deep expertise in diplomacy, negotiation, and political psychology. And to be honest, we were very lucky to catch him because he was serving at Tom and Ruth Sharkey Distinguished Visiting Scholar at Seton Hall University. And also, he held an academic positions at Webster University, and Professor Fayzullaev is a member of several international networks and editorial boards. He speaks English, Russian, and Uzbek, and he maintains a very active online presence through website and YouTube channels. And I have been watching a lot of your videos and reading your articles as a law student. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for your kind introduction, and thank you so much for your invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here. And of course, my sincere congratulations. It's a great achievement. You should be proud of your achievement. You know, I was 30 years ago the first head of mission of Uzbekistan to the European communities. I was the first ambassador of Uzbekistan to the European Union. When we arrived in Brussels at the beginning of January 1995, 30 years ago, we knew nobody there, nothing. We didn't know where to go. We had some money, cash, because we didn't have any bank transaction between Uzbekistan and Europe at that time. And first thing, we want to put our money to the bank, to open a bank account. Went to bank and we said, well, we came from Uzbekistan and we would like to open an account. They said, what? Uzbekistan, what? They said, we don't know such a country. We went to another bank, the same picture. They said, we have no idea about Pakistan or Uzbekistan or something, whatever. So we visited about 10 banks. Nobody wanted to speak to us, to open an account. And we went to the embassy, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belgium, and asked them to kindly support us. And they gave us a letter that they are representing Uzbekistan, a state of Uzbekistan. Please advise them to open an account. And then finally we opened the account. Why I am telling this now? It is very normal, as Ambassador just recently mentioned, there are so many achievements we already have between Uzbekistan and the European Union. Great steps we've done at political level, economic, educational, etc., etc. But in fact, everything we achieved for such a short time, and we have to acknowledge this, appreciate it, and also we have to contribute ourselves to the further development of our great relationships. From the beginning, when we started to develop our relationship between Europe and Uzbekistan, of course, we started to think where should be priorities. Of course, there are so many areas, important areas for cooperation, economic, political, etc. But education was, from the beginning, one of the most important areas. For me, even now, I think that it should be number one, the core, the most important area. And it is almost like that, but I think we should maintain this vision because, of course, education, educated people, they're future of our countries, Europe, and everywhere. So you are very lucky because European Union, Europe has so great educational institutions, intellectual traditions. It is a lifetime opportunity. And if I may advise you, give you just a couple of advice, if you allow me, I would like to advise you the following three things in your education there. Number one, ask questions. This is a key for education, for learning. Sometimes students want to know something to advance their knowledge, but for some reason they do not ask questions. This is a key. So, and your professors would be also very happy if you would ask questions. So that's very important. Question, question, question. This is a basic. Number two, please read books, big books. Unfortunately, now, as you know, young generation tend to read less. That's not a good thing. If you would like to develop your brain, your mind, you have to read books, serious big books. So it should be one of your priorities, not just social media. Social media is nice, but big, nice, serious books are very, very important. And finally, number three, networking. So don't forget that in every field, including education, science, human-to-human relations are very important. It's not just learning something, but connecting relations. So networking is very important for you, for your future career. And of course, everybody expects from you to be ambassadors, Uzbekistan's cultural and educational ambassadors. So you are not just learning something there, but you are also presenting, giving them some our culture, cultural heritage, We have so great our culture, tradition. We should be proud of that and also be able to present them to the world. And finally, I'd like to finish my short remark with two anecdotes. One from European tradition, the other from our Central Asian traditions. You know, of course, ancient Greek great philosopher Socrates, one of the greatest philosophers in the world from ancient Greece. He was sentenced to death for the corrupting use. And a day before he dies, his students came to him to say goodbye. And suddenly they was surprised to see that Socrates was learning some music with a musical teacher. They've been surprised and asked, "Oh, teacher, you are going to die tomorrow. Why are you learning music today?" And Socrates said, "Well, if not today, when I will learn music?" So learning is very important. The second anecdote about Al-Biruni, you know, our greatest also alumna, as we call, right? One day before his death, also his friend came to Al-Biruni to say goodbye. He was a scholar, law scholar, lawyer. And Biruni started to ask him many questions about law, legal issues. He was surprised and he said, "Oh, my friend, Al-Biruni, you are going to die. Why you are asking so many questions about legal issues?" And he said, "Well, don't you think that it's better to go to the other world with knowledge, or it's better to go without knowledge?" Of course, it's much better to go to other world with knowledge. So the point is that knowledge is absolutely crucial, important. It is the essence of our life. It's the joy. Unfortunately, many students now, when they think about knowledge, they say, "Well, it's a headache. Well, it's a hard work." But in fact, it's a joy, learning. It's something you should enjoy all the time. When maybe a couple hundred years later, when you will face some later stages of your life, you could learn. Of course, now you should learn, you could learn. It is a joy, it is a great thing in our life. So I wish you great learning, happiness, and great contribution to our relationship between Uzbekistan and European Union. All the best for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fayzullaev. Of course, I wasn't born yet 30 years ago, but I know for sure that everything has been changing, and especially the presence and representation of students from Uzbekistan has been increased year by year. And thank you very much for your practical advice. And there is a proverb in Uzbek that says "Kuch bilimda," so in English it would translate as roughly knowledge is power. So of course, we should get more and more knowledge. So now I would like this meeting to be semi-formal so that we can communicate, we can network. And for that reason, could everyone please introduce themselves in 2 sentences, since we are a bit strained in time. And if you don't mind, we would start with our Mundus winners here.
Name and subject.
Winners, please name and the subject that you're going to be studying.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity to meet here, all of you. My name is Shahnoza Rizmuradova, and I'm a medical biologist, currently working at Blood Center. And I am a winner of LEAF Master degree in fields of vaccinology. Glad to see you. Thank you.
Can you also maybe say where you're going?
Yeah, my first country is Spain, Barcelona, and then we will move to Belgium, and then we will finish our master program in France, Lyon.
Thank you, Shahnoza. And one more reminder, each participant has been provided with a list that says the direction, the title of Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters, and also which country they will be attending. And if you haven't got one, please let us know. Rukhsara will provide. Thank you. Rukhsara, could you please?
Hello, I'm so grateful that I'm sitting here with you. My name is Munisa, and I'll be studying religious diversity in a globalized world. And my studies will start in Netherlands, then I'll move to Portugal for my second semester. But for the third semester, we will decide in the process. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mukhlisa Bakhronova. I'm a graduate student of Law University, and I'm gonna continue my degree on Law and Economics field. And my allocations are Spain, Netherlands, and the USA, the Arizona University. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I am Davor Bekmurzaqasimov. I'm the winner of European Environmental Economics and Policy. And my first country going to be Denmark, and second one is going to be Poland. And this is the second time I am having this opportunity because I have also exchange Erasmus program for this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Asad Tajimuratov. I'm very grateful to be here now. So I'm a chemical engineering student at Uzbekistan University. Right now I'm working in the Institute of Polymers in Uzbekistan. So I have been admitted to multi-phase program, Erasmus Mundus. So I'll be visiting France, Italy, and Germany as part of my education.
Hello, everyone. I am Jafar Saidov, and I will study cartography. My first country will be Germany and Austria. I'm very grateful to be here, and thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm James John Holdorov. I'm archaeologist and actually be archaeologist, and I won Archmat Archaeological Materials Science Scholarship. And our first semester is going to be Portugal, Evora, and next Greece and Italy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Marjana. I have recently graduated from New Uzbekistan University. My major is software engineering. I have been admitted to AI in Sustainable Societies program. My host country will be Estonia. Then I will move to Portugal and then Finland. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mahmoud Kuruf, and I'm the project manager at the National Erasmus Office in Uzbekistan.
Good morning. My name is Aziza Abdurrahmanova. I am the coordinator of the National Erasmus Office. And congratulations.
Hi again. I will be doing intellectual property and data law in Germany and Estonia.
Just to represent, but she is one of the winners.
Yes, sorry.
So we can continue, Alice.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alice Mott. I'm the representative of the Campus France office in Uzbekistan, and I'm also technical cooperation attaché at the French Embassy.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Valeria Grigorenko. Actually, I do my internship for my master at the French Embassy, so I work with Alice and I help her with the technical support and with Campus France too. And I did all my studies in France. So if you have any question about cities such as Lyon or Bordeaux, I will be pleased to give you some information.
Good morning, and again, congratulations with your scholarship. My name is Malika Musaeva. I'm Press and Information Officer at the EU Delegation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Otabek Akramov. I'm head of department at the Center for Progressive Reforms, and I'm also an alumni of Erasmus Mundus. Congratulations, by the way.
Good morning. My name is Akmal Rustamov. Congratulations. I represent the EU delegation in Uzbekistan. I'm the project manager in education sector. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and once more welcome and congratulations. My name is Sadaqat Aminova, and I work as a political assistant at the EU delegation.
Good morning. I'm Veronika Kropacheva from the German Embassy, and I'm the editor for the Cultural Affairs.
Hi, my name is Clemens Schwanhold. I'm the head of Cultural Affairs and also political affairs, apparently, at the German Embassy. And I've also been, no, I'm an Erasmus Mundus alumni, that way I should put it. Contrarily to most of my colleagues, apparently, I've never been studying in Germany, but in Denmark, Iceland, the UK and Austria, and also a little bit in Estonia. So I probably can talk about many of your countries, but not so much about Germany. I can tell you a lot about Germany, but not so much about studying, that is. But I'll talk a little bit later. And of course, also in the coffee break, you're welcome to discuss, I guess, with all of us, but especially with us Germans on and about Germany.
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Michelle, and I'm working in the Italian Embassy in the administration sector.
So, hello, everyone. My name is Uchkun. I think I'm the black swan here because I am a former DAAD scholarship holder. And but thank you for the invitation and the opportunity, Bono. So I will be helping students today in terms of their navigation through their academic life in Europe. Thanks.
DAAD is also much appreciated.
Hello, my name is Jamshid. I'm a marketing and PR manager. I'm a trainer here today for intercultural communication and cultural adaptation.
Thank you very much, everyone. Very nice to meet all of you again. And now I would like to present our coordinator, Aziza Abdurrahmanova. She is going to be speaking about impact of Erasmus Plus in Uzbekistan, promotion and opportunities for individuals.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning again to everybody. Dear Mindaugas, dear Professor Fayzullaev, dear Sara, dear distinguished representative of the embassies, EU member state embassies in Tashkent, dear winners. So it's so a great pleasure to see everybody here, and alumni, Erasmus Mundus alumni. We are also very happy to have you here. First of all, I would like to start with the gratitude. Gratitude to the EU delegation to Uzbekistan for this traditional event, supporting us, the National Erasmus Plus Office, and current winners for this pre-departure orientation meeting. And so you can enjoy networking. The first and the main objective of today's meeting is networking. And I would like to thank the speakers, both Mindaugas, Professor Alisher Fayzullaev, and Sara, for their inspiring speeches, for their advices, and for being with us today. Actually, I prepared a long presentation. It will be made available for you and through Google Drive, so you can have access to this. But I would like just to underline some points, because we have 5 minutes before the coffee break. So I would not like to keep you without coffee. Last year, we celebrated worldwide the 20 years of Erasmus Mundus, which is one of the key action of the overall Erasmus Plus program. And there is a number of studies available. You can have a look. You can you will have access to the personal views and opinions of the people who benefited of Erasmus Mundus. But I think it's important to give you some figures, impressive figures of Erasmus Mundus. So thanks to Erasmus Mundus Joint Master programs worldwide in Europe, more than about 600 joint master's degree programs have been funded, supported. And the universities of Europe has this label of academic excellence, Erasmus Mundus. Erasmus Mundus means, first of all, the quality. And quality is, so you will benefit of the quality of the joint master program developed by several universities of Europe. And now, since 2020, the universities of partner countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and other countries can also be part of this consortium, Erasmus Mundus Consortium. And I will demonstrate the directions which are open for the Erasmus, for the Uzbekistan universities, for the citizens of Uzbekistan. The first one is international credit mobility. The first action which was worldwide recognized by Erasmus about mobility, recognition. So the program which has been opened for the people throughout the world. And we have exchanges, and you will be really impressed by the number of 93 universities in Uzbekistan are benefiting of the regular exchanges within the European universities. We have one of the key direction, capacity building in higher education, and so better. This is 5 directions open for Uzbekistan, and now you will see this triangle presenting 3 levels of the cooperation. Individual opportunities, the institutional opportunities for capacity building in higher education, and also the opportunities at the system level. So we have the team of national higher education reform experts, so-called Bologna experts in Uzbekistan. They are part of the big group of the Bologna experts. You see that we have the program covered all country regions. And first of all, we would like to, so I would like to emphasize the contribution of Erasmus Plus program to the enhancing of quality of education, higher education in Uzbekistan through several programs. So at this moment, I will stop because you will have access to this presentation. There are a number of figures and sources, links that you can find further details. But now I would like to underline again the objective of today's traditional event. Objective is the benefit that you should expect during the whole day, the winners of the networking, of the asking questions, of the clarifying the issues that you are still would like to know more. And we are also grateful for our 2 trainers invited this afternoon. And again, it's always the gratitude that we should underline. It's support of the national authorities, the Ministry of Higher and Secondary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovations, supportive in the disseminating of project results. So we have a project involving 3 or 2 universities, but the results after the project completion should be made available for the all other profile universities. Just an example. So we have the project related to the project involving several universities of Central Asia. They are working on developing of new curricula on water diplomacy and water management. So different universities, it's again about the multidisciplinary approach, are involved. So we have the University of World Economy and Diplomacy from Uzbekistan and the National Research University, University of Irrigation in Uzbekistan. So this is just example. If you would like to know more, you can go to our website. And by the end, I would like to invite you to become, but you have already become the ambassadors of Uzbekistan in Europe. And this is, which was underlined by Professor Fayzullaev. This is very important to promote our culture, to promote our values, to promote our heritage. And what is important is also to be committed for the sharing of your experience. And we are expecting you to join the Erasmus Plus community. And by the end, I would like to underline that last year we celebrated 30 years of Uzbekistan EU cooperation between Uzbekistan and Europe. And we also, with the support of EU delegation, benefited of the first ever networking event reception hosted by EU delegation of Erasmus Plus alumni, and all winners have been invited as well. Thank you very much, and enjoy today events. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also we have an online participants, winners who weren't able to come to Tashkent physically. So Mahmoudjan will be unmuting them one by one. If you guys could introduce yourselves and mention which countries you'll be visiting.
Hello, my name is Anastasia Kim. I earned my bachelor degree in computer science and engineering from Busan
The
National
first one
University.
is Anastasia.
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Give us 1 second, Anastasia, please. We can't hear you yet.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Anastasia.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anastasia Kim. I earned my bachelor degree in computer science and engineering from Busan National University in South Korea. I am so thrilled to begin this new chapter studying cyber behavior and e-therapy. This field connects my background in IT and psychology. So through this program, I'll have the opportunity to study in Portugal, France, and Barcelona. So thank you very much for this orientation and for the warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. And the next one is Mahmoudjan.
Hi everyone, my name is Salma. I've been accepted into the Erasmus Mundus Goals program and I'll be studying sport management in Lille, France. I'm truly excited to grow alongside professionals from around the world, and I'm proud to represent, of course, my country in these international communities. Also, I'm especially grateful for this kind of format, hybrid, and for making it possible for me also to join. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Salma. I think these were all the participants online. And now I would like to present the agenda to you. Of course, after this, we're going to take a group photo and have a little coffee break. And I'm so sorry because there has been a little delay. And we will start at 11:15 with the representatives of EU member states embassies in Tashkent. And after that, we're going to have a session with Erasmus Mundus alumni from 12 to 12:45. Also, two brothers who won the scholarship last year, Ravshan Ganiyev and Azizbek Ganiyev, they will be joining us for the session as well. And then we have a lunch break hosted by the EU delegation for all the participants. It's going to be on the first floor. And after a very good lunch break, we're going to dive into working. So we have two trainers here who will be presenting intercultural communication and cultural adaptation. And of course, after coffee break, we're going to talk about navigating academic life in Europe. And we will wrap up, and I think we're going to take the second photos. And now I invite everyone here to take a group photo, and after that, yes, and after that, we're going to have a coffee break right here. I assume everyone is back, and according to agenda, now we have presentations and Q&A sessions with the representatives of EU member state embassies. And let's start with the Embassy of Germany in Tashkent. We have Mr. Schwanhold and Ms. Kropachova here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mindaugas, ladies and gentlemen, especially, of course, dear prospective students or Erasmus Mundus grantees. I mean, I'm a diplomat, so I could do what diplomats do and talk a little bit and bore you a little bit with statistics about Uzbek-German relations and so on. Us, Germany being the biggest, economic partner of Uzbekistan within the EU and so on. But of course, I think most of it you either know or you can read it up yourselves. It's information that's publicly and widely publicly available. So I'm talking about something else. I mean, as I said earlier, I have been an Erasmus Mundus student 13 years ago. Or I was in your position, I think 13 years ago, maybe. Yeah, 13 years ago. I did my Erasmus Mundus in something called Global Studies, a European perspective, which is everything and nothing in the fields of politics, sociology, social sciences, and so on. Not law, I figured out later on, but I think this, and I've been to Vienna and London within this program, and I think that already makes one of my points. It's not about studying. I mean, of course, it is about studying this program. You're there to pass in the end, hopefully. But to be honest, I don't think anybody will ask you afterwards about your grades. Maybe with the first job, but not later on. It doesn't matter about this. Don't hide in your room, in your dorm room, wherever you live, and study all the time. It is about making friends. It's about making connections. It's about going out, being curious, experiencing what's happening. So grab every chance that you have to meet other friends. If you're invited, go there. You don't feel like it, try going there anyways. It'll be difficult in the beginning anyways to make friends. I mean, there will be others, like other foreign students, other Erasmus Mundus students, with whom it may be a little easier. But in the beginning, you will be a stranger to everybody else, and everybody will be a stranger to you. Luckily, there are at least some people who will be in the same position. So make sure you make friends. Be curious not only about the studies, about the city, about the country, but be curious about other people. Try making friends with them, and I think this is the first thing that I want to tell you. It's not for the studies what you're doing; it's for life, and it's about the connections. It's about the fun, I would say. It is an opportunity to find friends, of course, from the countries you're going to, but it's an opportunity to find friends from all over the world. So I made friends with Austrians, I made friends with Brits, but I foremost made friends with people from all over the world. Some of my better friends now, well, one of them still lives in Vienna, but he's from Russia. Another one is a Canadian, now living in Hong Kong. So you see, it's really a global experience that you make, that you have the chance to make, that is at least. And grab it, take any chance that you can. I think this is very, very important. As Professor Fayzullaev said earlier, ask questions. Yes, do that. Do that in university, but do that in life more generally. And I think what, maybe that's a little bold, but I think I can say that not everybody of you may be studying in Germany, but I'm pretty sure within the next 2 years, everybody of you will go to Germany at some point. That's by pure chance that Germany is not only the big, like one of the bigger countries in the EU, but also the most populated one and one of the more central ones. And there are, of course, many things to see in Germany. And hopefully, you know, you look to your left and to your right now and make friends with them. The people sitting next to you, sitting opposite of me, and you visit them wherever they are. Because it's a great chance to go somewhere where somebody is, you know, maybe not a local, but something close to it. Because they can show you the cities in a different way than you would do with a tour guide or just with a book. So I think this is something else. Also make friends in your first year. Not everybody from your first year will go to the same university in the second year or in the third or fourth semester. So make use of this. Maybe, you know, there's a Swedish person that you meet in Spain, and while you're going to the Netherlands, he or she is going to Poland. So why not visit Poland and take this as a chance? I think there's many different ways of diving into the culture, into the different cultures of Europe and immersing it. Now I talked a lot about, you know, being curious and forgetting about the studies. Well, of course, you shouldn't completely forget about it. You still need to pass, and maybe in the end, a good grade doesn't feel that bad either. And I'm pretty sure you do this. Also, like you have chosen your study programs also because you're interested in these programs, hopefully at least. And so hopefully you will also enjoy studying. And what I can tell you is that at least in the universities I studied, and I think that's true for most universities in Europe, it is about interaction. You know, in London, I once had this class where the professor would ask any single student every single lecture when he or she didn't say anything within the first 15 minutes. So it's really about interaction. It's about knowing the stuff or about being curious and asking. There's no problem in not knowing something, but there's a problem in not being curious and not trying to figure it out. So do ask it, be interactive, you know, find study groups with like your peers, try to discuss literature with them, try to discuss things that maybe go beyond the context of the studies. That was very helpful for me, at least in my studies. And it is really about interaction. It is that you will be asked to hold presentations. It is that you will be asked to, you know, not only contribute, but basically shape the classes as well. That's at least what many professors, what many universities appreciate and try to do these days. And it's also about, if you're, you know, holding a presentation, it's not about you standing in front, giving a lecture to all the others, but it may also mean that you can actually, you know, interact with the others and take them in and ask them questions and make them, you know, part of part of it. So it really is about interaction. I think that is very important, and that also will give you the opportunity to get the best out of your studies and and for everybody else in the classroom, of course, as well. Now, I mean, I don't know who of you has been to the EU, to Europe, to Erasmus Mundus countries, in a sense. So many of you have, not all of you have. Maybe the people who have know it already, but Germany, and I would say also the EU or all the Schengen, all the Erasmus Mundus countries, which is of course a little more than the EU, are different than what you expect. Certainly as a student, going to a German university is not this flashy building. It's usually, buildings that may have been flashy 40, 50 years ago, maybe 200-300 years ago. They're sometimes a little ramped down, but it is because it's a place of students and it's a place where students should feel comfortable. It's not, you might go to a prestigious university from the 14th century or 16th century, which is, at least from the outside, a very impressive building. But in the end, you shouldn't be in halls where you feel that you're just a small person, but it is about being in rooms where you feel comfortable, where you feel easy to discuss things. And I think this is something that you will experience very quickly, that you will see. But also there's, of course, other things that you should be aware of or might be aware of. We do have discussions with prospective scholarship holders or prospective students with scholarships from the DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service, very often. And like one thing that comes up there pretty often, for example, if you're invited to a party with friends, with fellow students, sometimes people go there with a nice dress and so on. If you're invited to such a party in Europe, people usually expect you to show up in a t-shirt and your jeans. It is about being rather informal, and I think this is something that you either know already or will learn very quickly. And I think this is something that also is about Germany and Europe being very different from what you expect. Europe is a place that's very easy to travel. I mean, at least once you're there. Getting there is difficult, yes, I know, especially getting the visa. But once you have that, Europe is a place that's very easy to travel. And I encourage you to do that. I mean, I don't think there's any point in traveling to all 27 countries or whatsoever in basically ticking the boxes, but go to some countries, go there for a week or maybe for a long weekend or maybe even for 2 weeks and dive into them. Definitely, people have different opinions about Berlin, but definitely experience Berlin, for example. It's go to the lesser known places. I mean, you can go to the Brandenburg Gate, it's probably interesting, but there's many other places that you will find much more interesting, where you can understand much more about Berlin and in a way about German society today. Do the same maybe in Warsaw. Don't only go to capitals, maybe, especially in the bigger countries. There's many interesting cities, but also for example, some of you are going to Estonia. I'm actually surprised that it's so many. Definitely go to Tartu. If you're there in summer, go to the West Coast, which is in a way much more interesting than Tallinn, I would say. If you are in Sweden, for example, travel the country. There's many nice places, and make sure you visit the nature. not only Stockholm or anything. So I think this is very important. And also, of course, for Germany, I can tell you, make the experience of visiting a Weihnachtsmarkt, a Christmas market, Christmas fair. That's definitely very nice. And for that, probably rather somewhere in southern Germany. But there's many things you can explore. And I would just encourage you to do that, of course, in Germany, but also in other European countries. And I would also like to encourage you to, I mean, I said you could visit other students, but also, of course, you can travel with your fellow students. So just suggest that there's many, how do you call that, low-cost carriers like cheap airlines in Germany, in Europe, with which you can just fly for basically a few euros to another country. And the nice part is also, even though in Germany there might be maybe 80 million people living there, I think it's impossible to travel as long as you travel from here to Nukus, for example, just because the country is actually smaller when it comes to, you know, the space. So this is true for most of the countries, right? It's fairly difficult to fly for more than 3 hours within Europe. So I think this is pretty impressive what you can experience. Yes. So I think what I want to tell you is be curious, ask questions, not only in university, but in life more generally. Be prepared for Europe being different than what you expect. Be prepared for there being challenges. But the nice part is, you know, you're not going there randomly. You're going there with a nice institutional, how do you call that, shape around it. So there will be, at your university, there will be someone who's in charge of taking care of you, basically. Maybe there will be even some fellow students who become your, how do you call that? Your buddies, basically. Yes, maybe that's a good word for that. So make use of that. If you have the chance, if there's a buddy program, definitely do sign up to that. Very good advice. Thanks, Veronica. And don't focus on your studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your practical advice. And also, guys, if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask, especially those going to Germany. Okay, if we have no more questions, one more note. Since I have been researching on Germany, if you're going to German university, and regardless of your scholarship status, if you open the university's website, maybe you qualify for a additional scholarship that will be around 200-300 euros. And it is the very high time now to apply for it. It is just an additional remark as well. Thank you very much. And now we have a presentation from the Embassy of France in Tashkent. Ms. Alice Mund, thank you.
So, hello everyone again. I think my presentation will not be useful because I've planned to present you all the administrative procedures before your departure to France and after your arrival. But as some of you don't go to France and the other one are going just for 6 months, I think it will be not so necessary for you. So I think it will be more interesting if you have some questions. I can answer it at the end or just now as you want. So maybe I will just introduce quickly the system in France and talk about the student life in France, because I also think that my colleagues from Germany have said a lot of things and mentioned the most important points. So I will be, I think, brief, and if you have some question, I can answer. So first of all, as a representative of Campus France in Uzbekistan, I'm delighted to stand here today and to know that some of you are going to study in France. So thank you, Aziza, for this opportunity. Studying in France means joining a system characterized by the promotion of knowledge through research, teachers concerned about the success of their students, and a wide range of study options. French institutions stand out from the crowd for their diversity. There are some universities, institutes, and research centers, but also structures that are unique in the world, such as the Grandes Écoles and preparatory classes. I don't know if some of you are already familiar with the French system, but we have a lot of opportunity there. And so whatever the choice of your educational establishment, France offers high quality training with personalized support, international studies, and a multidisciplinary approach. So the French system is organized into 3 cycles. You have the bachelor's degree in 3 years. After you have the master's degree in 2 years, so that's for you, and the doctorate, which is 3 years minimum. So each cycle is validated by a certain number of ECTS. Thus, graduated students are recognized and evaluated throughout the world. So students can choose courses best suited to their career aspirations. The French system also offers opportunities for professional immersion during the academic year. This gives students the chance to discover the professional world and gain practical experience. So if you have the opportunity to do like some internship or to talk with some professionals, I really encourage you to do so. And the French system is really concerned with the quality of life offered to students. For this reason, scholarships ranging from the cost of visas, plane tickets, and tuition fees to medical cover and housing assistance may be provided to students. So I think it's your case with Erasmus Plus, so you are very lucky because in France, it's not really easy to find, for example, accommodation, especially in Paris and in big cities. So that's great for you. And yeah, there you will also can benefit from all the opportunity for cultural activity, which is really great, and all the culinary experience in France. So I encourage you, sorry, to just enjoy all this kind of things. And so I will not talk about the administrative procedures, but if you need any help, you can just ask some question. And I also have my office in the French Alliance in Tashkent. I'm here on the Wednesday afternoon and Friday afternoon. So if you just want to come and talk about your studying project in France, I will be happy to help you. And if you have some question, maybe I can answer, or maybe if Valeria wants to add something about her personal experience in France, maybe yes, some advice.
So maybe it will not be funny, but the first thing in your university, whatever you go to France, Germany, Italy, you have to ask questions about your schedule, about every administrative procedure, because nobody will give you information. You have to go and grab it by yourself. So this is the first thing. Second thing, from my personal experience, even if I finished like one of the most one of the best French schools, I struggled really to find an internship. So you have to to be resilient, as it was mentioned before, and to keep searching, and you will find. Don't worry. That's why I'm here today. And as Alice mentioned before, of course, in France you have Paris and its cultural heritage, which is really enormous that you have to visit, absolutely. But in France, we have also sea, ocean, mountains. So you have to visit every region because it's really very rich and very different in its cultural habits, in its language too, and in food, of course. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I will be studying my first semester in France. I wanted to ask about the organization Cas d'Allocations Familiales, CAF. I think they help with the accommodation. And I wanted to ask because on the side they say to prepare the birth certificate and it has to be notarized by the French embassy. I wonder what the procedure is to notarize it that way.
Okay. Okay.
As someone who struggled with this with CAF, yeah, you can reach out to me.
Could you
I have-
please represent yourself?
sorry. I'm Prof. Shanganeev, Erasmus Mundus, currently studying, just came from France, studied 1 year in there, and the next year we'll be going to Brussels. So yes, we had the same problem as you just mentioned. So if you reach out to me, I have connections with the authorities that help you with the translation, because it's really important, I know.
As an international student, you have the right to apply for the housing assistance from the Family Allowance Fund, so the CAF, and you need to just register on their website. But after you will have your contract of location from your accommodation, I think you told me that you will be on the campus, right? So you will have like a contract and you need to download it on the CAF website and to just apply for this kind of helps. And I think that's it for the procedures. And yes, you will receive a monthly assistance according to your resources and to the amount of your accommodation.
But sometimes it's not coming like on time, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Maybe you will like perceive a 3 months amount, I don't know, for Christmas, for example. It was my case.
Okay. And one more practical question from me. How is it possible to survive without any knowledge of French?
It is possible. You will be in which city?
No, I mean
in big city, I think it's okay, but in small city, it can be sometimes complicated in the daily life because not all the French people want to speak English or just know to speak English, and sometimes they just don't want and they don't make any effort. But don't worry, some of us are really nice and want to do some efforts. So no, don't worry. I think it's mostly people, of course, in big cities, but you can survive, no problem.
Thank you.
But this is the point to encourage you to learn a new language, the foreign.
Yes. And one more request from the representatives of embassies. Could you please leave your cards to our members so that if they have questions in the future, they can reach out to you? That would be great. Thank you. And we have an online question. Salma?
Yes, hi again. Thank you for the information. I understand that upon the arrival in France, we are required to validate our visa. And I wanted to ask, is it possible to do it in any of the city, like maybe through international office in our university, or we need to be in Paris?
No, to register for the visa procedures, it's just online. I think I send you my presentation where you have all the links to register for these procedures.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And one more reminder, all the materials that you see today will be shared with you on your emails. So if we move on to the next session, it is time for our alumni. So practicalities, tips, and experiences. I propose we start with Otabek Akromov, a very active alumnus.
First of all, Izepa, thank you so much for inviting me, and it's always pleasure to be here to participate in Erasmus meetings, and especially in pre-departure. To be honest, I'm really excited for you guys because you're starting a big journey in your life. But unlike our German colleague, Clemens, I think in this case I'll be a bad model. Well, it depends on the perspective, how you look at my suggestions. So yeah, so first thing is that be ready to travel a lot in a negative sense. So, I mean, all cases are individual. In my case, I studied in EMSIS, which stands for International Masters for Security, Intelligence, and Strategic Studies, and 3 cities: Glasgow, Dublin, and Charles University in Prague, which means that 3 different visas. So in some of your cases, it's easy to enter, it's difficult to enter to Germany, to Europe, but it's easy to travel. It wasn't the case with me because I had to apply to 3 different visas. What does it mean? So you start a program and you haven't even adapted to the environment, but you start looking at different information that you need for visa application. 1. Second, finding accommodation is a huge headache, trust me. So what else? Adapting to a new environment. And for those who want to stay in Europe after your graduation, so maybe some people, they want to stay in those countries, it's a bit difficult in this kind of cases. Some of you are studying in 2 different cities or countries. It's easier to adapt. But in this case, you need to work extra in order to get internships or work opportunities and adapt to a new environment. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be any people who will be helping you throughout your studies. So I don't know, maybe it was in my case, but I heard from my friends as well that program coordinators, they are really helpful. So whenever you need any information, reach out to them. They will help you. About the accommodation. So my first suggestion, do not send money ahead of time to those guys. I mean, I was looking for accommodation via Facebook. It was interesting case. So in Ireland, I found accommodation. It's really expensive to live in Dublin. I found accommodation. The cost was around like 500 euros. 3 people in 1 room. When I arrived in Ireland and I saw the conditions there, I was disappointed. I mean, I didn't expect to see that kind of mess. What I did, I just put aside my stuff there, started searching for other alternatives. And I couldn't find the link, but Google search it. It's related to something like Erasmus accommodation. They have a list of countries where they post accommodation lists. And I found the accommodation right away, and I moved out from that room. The one in Glasgow, I found on Facebook. I said, trust me, I'll settle in that room, but I'm not going to send you any money ahead of time. We agreed, and I didn't pay anything ahead of time. So that's the tip. Or if you can find alternatives via official websites. For example, your university program coordinators can share official websites where you can find accommodation. So this is the negative side of traveling a lot. Second suggestion, make sure to travel a lot. This is sort of, it was my mistake. I didn't do that. So if you ask me anything about Dublin, I have no idea what kind of city Dublin is. So it's my mistake. The reason behind is that when I started, so my first semester was in Glasgow. You know, I got 1C, 2 Bs, which is not good to me personally. Plus, my final goal was to get to PhD and with scholarship, and I did. I'll tell you in a second. For that end, again, unlike what Clement said, study a lot. That's my suggestion, right? So get an A. Get an A. This is my my approach. Maybe you'd like to prefer other things like traveling. So in my case, how was it? So now I feel like, why did I not travel when I had this opportunity? So plus when you have money, like you get a lot, right? I mean, they give extra money for traveling as well. So you could use this money to travel. But instead of doing that, I focused only on studies. Why? Because I got B's and C. In order to get an A, I had to, you know, work extra in order to get, and I did. I got distinction, and that was my purpose. Third suggestion, make sure to get distinction. So again, maybe in job talks, they don't require. I don't know, but my purpose was PhD, and it is must. First criterion was to get an at least second upper. This is how they call it, or in order to get a scholarship, you need distinction. Fourth, plan your goals ahead. So it means that I think almost all Erasmus Mundus programs have two paths or directions. One is more practical. At the end of the day, at the end of your course, you need to submit something practical, not dissertation, but the other version. I forgot how they call it. And the second is dissertation. So in my case, actually, when I wrote my personal statement, when I was applying, I indicated that, you know, I'll be pursuing an academic career as I'm doing now. And at the end, I decided to choose the first path, writing a dissertation. That was my goal, right? So 90% of my cohort mates at the time, now they are working in different think tanks. And Erasmus, it's a unique program in terms of they establish really good relations with different organizations, UN, different kind of think tanks. And those students who did internship in those kind of organizations, they end up working there now. So plan ahead. And establish good relationship with professors. By that, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you might need recommendation letters, right? For PhD or even for applying to different jobs. If you simply reach out to any professor, like, can you write a recommendation letter? Why would they like spend their time doing that? That's why make sure to establish a good relationship. How I did, my dissertation advisor is Donika Obekan from Dublin. I purposefully took his course. I was active in discussions. I wrote paper, consulted with him, asked his opinion, and then asked if he could serve as advisor in my dissertation committee, and he did. Before coming to Tashkent, I was a PhD researcher in the University of Minnesota. Due to some visa issues, you know, my wife couldn't get a visa, and I decided to come back. So during that time, that scholar recommended me. I mean, wrote recommendation letter to that university, and I got into Minnesota and got full funding. Then, when I decided to leave it because of those visa issues, I applied to another university, which is even higher in rankings, top 10. It's Australian National University. I'm moving to Australia, and that professor also wrote me a strong recommendation letter. It helped me a lot. So recommendation letter is an important element in application package, whether it is job application or PhD, if you wish. Yeah, this is pretty much it from my side. If you have any questions, feel free. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Otabek. And again, thank you for your continuous commitment to contribute to our traditional PDO meeting for our winners annually. Thank you, Otabek. And I remember one of your recommendations last year, and it was really useful. And the people, I mean, the winners, they were surprised to listening about the plagiarism. Yeah.
Yeah, I can mention that. So the reason why I struggled a bit in Glasgow was not like temptation to plagiarism, but I grew up in this kind of environment. So maybe it's a different story today. So back in time at UET, so they have different system in UET, right? So now they check for plagiarism, right? I'm talking to you. Yeah. Yes. Okay. It's good. It's good. Because back in time, we didn't have this kind of system. I mean, Westminster had it since 2005, even, right? I'm sure about that. So they have Turnitin and this kind of stuff. So at UET, in order not to plagiarize, it's temptation, right? It's easy to plagiarize and submit stuff. In order to avoid that kind of resist that temptation, what I did, I was like aiming to publish something and at the same time submit it as an assignment. So this is how I dealt with that. But still, I grew up in that kind of environment, and ending up in Glasgow, which is a top school. I don't know. It was, my course mates were pubbing, like having partying every day and submitting everything on time. I mean, European course mates. And getting good grades. It was a different story with me. So do not plagiarize. Maybe you already have this kind of systems today, but I'm 32. It was back in time. I don't know the story about your universities, but yeah, plagiarism, you should look at plagiarism as, stealing from supermarket. You don't go to supermarket and steal something, right? You'll be shameful. And it's, plagiarism equals to that as well. So, yeah, this is all what I want to say. Yeah, thank you. ChatGPT, I teach at Webster. I hate, but I immediately know when students submit those ChatGPT generated essays, and it's a challenge to professors. And you better not use it because look at assignments as opportunity to work and develop yourself, not simply submit it, get it done. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, I would like to add about referencing. I think you're aware of that, but now there are AIs that can help you with referencing. So if you need any help, just text me. I will show you the websites. But referencing is fine. I mean, especially, it depends on your direction, of course. But for my direction, for example, law, you can write something, and then if you have your correct references in place, it's not going to be plagiarism. So if yes,
so in most of the European and American universities, they have in libraries, they have staff which will be helping with referencing. So feel free to reach out to them. They will teach you how to do, and maybe have some masterclass on using different types of softwares.
Thank you. And now I would like to give floor to Ravshan and Azizbek Ganiyev, who have recently returned from completing their first year.
Hello, everyone. My name is Azizbek Ganiyev. I'm also Erasmus Mundus scholarship holder. I studied first year in France, and second year I'll be studying in Brussels. So I would like to give you guys some hints about your studies, about your experience in the Europe. So I'm not going to be much talking about your studying because, as we all know, you're going to study. So you are going to study. There is no other way. So first of all, I would like to start with the importance of language. So as I saw the list, there are some guys that are going to France, Spain, Portugal, Germany. So it's really important for your professional career who would like to get internship or work there, stay there, or like have a good relationship with people, get to know the culture. It's really important to learn the language. If you know the French, you can live, it will be much easier, for example, in France, Brussels, in Switzerland, Luxembourg. And if you know Germany, it will be much easier in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And if you know Spanish, of course, it's good for Spain and Portugal. And maybe if you want to go to South America, it's also good there. So learn it as best as you can. Some of the universities, they even provide the free certification testing. For example, at our universities, they provided the TEFL, IELTS, the French version, which costs like 300 euros for free. So you can just, and learning French is also free. So you just learn the language, take the test, and it's in 1 year you get certified. You know the language. It's like everything is like for you. Secondly, I'd like to mention the advantage of Erasmus Mundus compared to other scholarships. So basically, Erasmus Mundus, it's like a program. And with other scholarships, for example, like no offense, but like DAD, Hungaricum, or even EU, it's like you get the money and you go study and you do whatever you want. So your problem is your problem. But when you go to the Erasmus Mundus program, all of you have coordinators, you have professors, you have people who can help you. And the best part is like there are 25 students that are coming all around the world that are just like you. They are starting from the new chapter, from the blank. So all of you have the same problems, have the same issues, have the same studies, and you will have somebody to rely on to help each other, so you'll not be alone. So thirdly, I would like to mention about the health. The Erasmus Mundus, if I'm not mistaken, all of them provide health insurance. So it's like no problem. If you have some emergencies, you can just go with your health insurance and they will cover it. But before you leave, I would suggest you going to the dentist, do all the medical checkups, because your health insurance mostly covers the emergency. For example, accidents, like I had, for example, I fell over the bike and then I just concussion. I just woke up in the hospital. In the cases like this, they cover. But if you go yourself, like my stomach hurts, my eyes hurt, then it's gonna be on you. Whatever the charge, just for consulting, it's gonna be like 200 euros. So it's better to do all the medical checkups here. But if you have emergencies, it's okay. But I hope you will not have any medical issues and you will have a good time in Europe. So the next thing is the sports. All of the European universities, they have sports associations, they have sports clubs. I would highly recommend all of you join some of the sports, one or two. Personally, I used to go to the gym twice a week. We also went swimming 2 times, 3 times, and also judo. So basically, after the studies, our program was a bit harsh from basically 9 to 6. It's like full-time work, where it's not like it was like mine is master's in cybersecurity, which is IT. And it's not like, no offense, but like, it's not like business or like some international relations where you just study and maybe analyze. But with computer, you need to like write the codes. So everything is new, like you need to learn and work 24/7. So it's like a brain, you could do this team, at the end. So after that, we used to go to the sports with the guys, which really helped to chill out and stay fit. It's not like you just go, study, sleep, eat. So it's really important if you look out for yourself and do the sports. So lastly, as everyone mentions, one of the best advantages is like traveling. You will have the Schengen visa, you have European like residence permit or visa. You can travel anywhere. So apart from the 27 countries that you can visit yourself, like France, Swiss, Germany, so I would suggest you to go to UK, Ireland, United States, or even for example, African countries like Morocco, like Egypt, Algeria. All of them are very good. And if you need any help with visa, you can reach out to me. I have visa consulting. It's really cheap. I really love traveling. It's like my passion. I traveled like more than 30, 40 countries. I have done all the visas. I have been all the documentation. So I can help you out with just even for if you need any advice, you can just get my contacts from Mr. Mahmoud Jonake or like from Bono and just reach out for the advice or any help. And for French students, you can just reach out, and we have been through all the problems, all the issues, so we can help, we can explain, and we are here for you. Thank you very much.
For one remark for the French students, I have like, I don't know, a folder which is like 1 terabyte or something, just documents for the French government, CAF documents, everything. So if you need help. But I want to, everybody has talked a lot about traveling, but I want to cover the other side. I want to say that as soon as you step out of Uzbekistan, you will be the face of Uzbekistan, and any behavior, any action, any friendships, any relationships that you build there will be the face, you will be representing, it will define how the others will see Uzbekistan. So you can see it as representing like 37 million people. So you should be very careful with the words that you're saying. Be open-minded and just be friendly. For example, we so we had like 40 students, and like all of them know us as Uzbek frères, brothers. So like for example, we went to Italy with our Italian friend. We went to his house. He hosted us. We saw how he lives, like the true Italian culture, not like tourists going to Milan, to Bologna, and our Azerbaijani friend, he's coming to Uzbekistan in August with his mother. So like be very very friendly, and I always used to say this, we tell others, our friends, come to Uzbekistan. We promote Uzbekistan so much that Ozbek Nazarbekov, the Minister of Tourism, should pay us, I don't know, a salary, or at least come to our wedding or something. And I want to mention regarding the travels, be very, very strategic. For example, if you ask us what is your schedule for the next 2 years, it's already booked. Everything in our schedule is booked. For example, for the next 6 months, we know where we're going. Everything is planned with visas and everything. So like we're going to Germany, Austria in September, and then to Morocco, and then for the Christmas, for my birthday, we're going to UK. So like, and the rest I cannot tell you, but so I want to mention that be very strategic with your schedules, with with their studies, of course. Yeah. You cannot leave your study. And with the people, yeah. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah. I think thank you very much, both Ravshanbek and Azizbek, for your practical advices. And again, just to underline that the Campus France is very, very helpful for your for any issues you can face, for any question that you have here. And so we are a bit ahead of the schedule because we missed a presentation from the Italian representatives. And just for clarification, do anybody know what is Erasmus Mundus Association? You are not the part of Erasmus Mundus, Azizbek, Ravshanbek Association?
Not really.
No? So you are not the member?
I don't know. I'm hearing it the first time, to be honest.
But last year we presented the advantages of being the member of Erasmus Mundus Association. So it's
I've recently had a surgery, so maybe I'm not recalling.
yes. So actually, we are looking for the country representative. Just several years ago, we had Adiba Muminova as a country representative, so Uzbekistan country representative. She helped a lot in our joint promotion activities of these Erasmus Mundus opportunities. And still this position of Uzbekistan country representative is vacant. So nobody applied, but we encouraged a lot. Maybe now some of you considering the opportunities and advantages of being of this member of this association will take the initiative to become the country representative. So this is from my slide. Actually, we're expecting somebody to present how they are benefiting being the member, but now it will be just a theoretical part from the National Erasmus Plus Office, both as Erasmus Mundus Student and Alumni Association. The main objective of this association, which was funded, still funded by the European Commission, and they started in 2006. Now the chairman of this association is the one of the graduates, alumni of Erasmus Mundus from Pakistan. And they are very active organizing the events, promotion events. Just visit their website and you will see what kind of activities they are supporting, what can you do for this association, and what you will benefit of being the member of this association. These all links will be shared, so the presentation will be made available for you and you can follow the links. Recently, so this Ocean Network, Mahmoud John has organized the joint event with the Ocean Network, and the person from Iran, the Emma person from Iran, Muhammad Ashai, he arrived, so he was so impressed by the Uzbekistan Erasmus activities in Uzbekistan. He arrived and participated in a traditional Erasmus week in May in Uzbekistan. So we are this Erasmus traditional week is coinciding with the day of Europe in Uzbekistan. So we are jointly organized with the delegation, with the EU delegation to Uzbekistan. What are their mission? Do you have question? Yes, please feel
I
free.
just want, because I remember, I just wanted to talk about, if you go to the previous slide, there is Erasmus Student Network. They have a card, which I also got. It's ESN card. You can just write ESN Erasmus Student Network card on Google. And I remember I got 5 or 10 discounts for Flixbus. I think you will be using Flixbus a lot. So plus the card is free, so discounts are also free. Do use this Erasmus Student Network. You can get it once you are in Europe. I got it. And then I remember buying technology, Logitechs. I got around 50% for all the technologies that I got just because they partner with those companies. And there are lots of services that you can get discounts for having that card, and they have a great newsletter that they send.
Yeah.
So
thank you. It's really very important. The key point that we should underline and promote during the PDO meeting. Okay, the next slide is about the mission. So I will not follow the mission. You can get acquainted with this. But again, it's about the promotion. So you are sharing your experience, and you are helping, like Ravshan Bek and Aziz Bek just did, to invite, to propose the help to those who are coming to the countries they studied, and with these practicalities. And so networking and promotion. They have a budget. They are funded by the European Commission. They are organizing the event. You can be easily elected as a chairman of the Worldwide Erasmus Mundus Association. Why not? Let's promote Uzbekistan. Let's be more active within this network. Please, so as soon as you are, you already now you can become the member of this association. So this is the last slide. I think it will encourage you to become the member. And this also proposed for you to keep contact with us, to keep we will keep you inviting to all Erasmus events, online or offline, which will be comfortable and applicable for you. And so Mahmoud John, Bonu, and but by the way, Bonu now she has applied to El Yurt Umidi to be funded because she was selected as a non-scholarship for the Erasmus Mundus. And I have ensured her that definitely the national grant will be provided because she got admission to the top level, to the Erasmus Mundus label, and the government will definitely provide support. But she needs to go for the test. Okay, so just looking through these points. So we are collecting all these testimonials, and we would be very grateful for your interviews. And EU delegation, it's became the tradition. Every year they have interview with the all winners, and we are also expecting this interview to be made available and to promote Erasmus Mundus opportunities. Sharing the first-hand knowledge and just got the very interesting and helpful points from the current Erasmus Mundus students from Azizbek and Ravshanbek. So we have annual Erasmus Plus Mobility Conference, which is organized by the Higher Education Reform experts, normally hosted by the Tashkent University of Oriental Studies. They have also annual publication, and we would be very grateful for your contribution by article. But this article, not the scientific, not the pure research article. It's just sharing your experience about the mobility experience. It can be Jean Monnet, it can be Erasmus Mundus, it can be international credit mobility. I missed this opportunity to present you that the students and the citizens of Uzbekistan can benefit of two types of mobility within the Erasmus Plus. We have the Erasmus International Credit Mobility. It's non-degree mobility. So the students from University of Uzbekistan can go for 1 or 2 semesters to European partner university, and their study will be recognized by the home university in Uzbekistan. This is non-degree mobility, and you are winners. You will benefit of the degree mobility. So you will be granted the joint diploma, Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Diploma. The next point is also that we have annual journal published twice a year. It's Perspectives of Higher Education Development. This journal is also published by the National Team of Higher Education Reform Experts, and you contribute as well. They have the part related to Erasmus Plus projects, Erasmus Plus experience. And please, we would be very grateful if you will keep be active, proactive in our Telegram group or any Erasmus, so our social channels, which is promoted. So you can have it here. We have Telegram, we have Instagram. And by the way, Mahmoud John and Rukhsora, thanks to their personal contribution, the National Erasmus Plus Office was announced as the best one in social channel among the National Erasmus Plus offices during the last meeting in Brussels. So, Mahmoudjon and Rukhsora, so they did the best. And I would like to underline that the point that we are keeping all these posts on the website. So keeping the website as a good source of information and archive. So everybody can find the information for the last year pre-departure orientation meeting, 2 years ago pre-departure orientation meeting. Thank you again. And now I think we can go earlier for the lunch, or let's have the question and answer session, please.
So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate. So this is the right time to ask a question now. And if you don't mind, I will also give some information about the Erasmus Plus Students Alumni Alliance. This is an umbrella, this organization, and it includes 4 types of alumni networks. The first one is Garage Erasmus, as our coordinator earlier mentioned. This is a very good opportunity for you if you have any additional projects. This is also the fund for you for your projects, so you can receive the grants for you. Project. And the second one is Oceans Network. This is a very good network for mobility students, especially for the international credit mobility or other type of mobility that you can also annually gather in some countries in Europe. And they will also give some amount of money for your social activities in order to promote Erasmus activities in your country. I mean, in this case, in Uzbekistan. The third one, Erasmus Plus Students Network, as the speaker, Jamsteke, said that this is a very good opportunity for especially students who's currently studying with the help of Erasmus Plus. So they will provide this card, and this card helps you in any kind of the opportunity with discount or some purchasing some in Europe. This also gives you a great opportunity traveling. And the fourth one is Erasmus Mundus Students Alumni Association. This is also the great opportunity. For example, if you enter this website, you can also find some mentors, and they will also provide some details about the Uzbek Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters scholarship holders. So you can contact with them and get in touch with some challenges that you can face in the further. So this is a great opportunity for you. So now you are the member, you are the ambassador for Uzbekistan, so you will represent our country. And for this matter, so I have just one point that's maybe during your studies in the master degree, so you can also some film or short videos, and you can also tag the National Erasmus Plus Office in Uzbekistan, and of course tag the EU delegation to Uzbekistan, so we can also repost your changes, and this encourages young people to apply for Erasmus Mundus scholarship. So why not? This is a great opportunity, so we can promote, we can just disseminate the information available under the Erasmus Plus program. Thank you. So any questions in any language? Yes, after the lunch session, so we will have also the two sessions, and afterwards we'll have also wants to record some short video. This is also posted in our social channels. So this is short video, the rules. So we would like to encourage you to just say something about the experience, your achievement. And after the lunch break, so we will have the two sessions. The first one dedicated to intercultural communication and cultural adaptation. The speaker is Jamshid Ahmad Aliyev, and he will also talk about this how to adaptation period, and also gives a good feedbacks during your studies in the Europe. And the second one is Uchkun Normamatov, and he will give a speech about the navigating academic life in Europe. So these two sessions, especially for you, this helps you to just see that in a general picture of how you will go to the Europe and study in there. So we can, if you don't mind, so we will go. Do you have any points? Okay.
I wanted to mention that
someone talked about going to the UK before. So as you know, UK is not part anymore of the European Union. So make sure to watch like what do you need to have? You have like to file a blank, I think, online and to pay like 10 euros in order to go to the UK. So don't watch on the internet. If not, you will be surprised at the airport. They will not lead you to go there.
Thank you. So we have one question, so go ahead.
Thank you for all this information. My question is, should we apply every time when we will move to a new country? Should we apply to new visa for all countries, or we will apply once and then just can move during these 2 years?
Could you please specify what countries are you?
My first country is Spain, and I'm currently applying for Spain visa.
Okay. And
then Belgium and then France. So should I apply several times for new visa for all new countries?
But actually, it depends. For example, last year we had a long correspondence with the, I don't remember his name. He's studying in France and he should go for the internship in Germany. And there was the issue between to have the visa in Germany in order to do his internship. And I have contacted my colleague in both in National Contact Point for Erasmus in France and in Germany. And they both contacting, help him with the practical procedure, how to proceed and where to apply. Because for him, it was quite difficult. Once he was recommended to go back to Tashkent and apply for a visa a German embassy in Tashkent. But finally, they managed to do it in being in France, to continue in Germany. So each issue, but if you face any problems and you did not find any questions, easily just feel free to contact us because we are part of the network of Erasmus Plus people in Europe, and we will find the solution and recommendation. So if you will have the question, for example, how to continue your study from Spain and going to
Belgium.
To?
France and Belgium.
To France and Belgium. So I can contact my colleagues in Belgium and France and they will clarify.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
So feel free just to write an email. Okay. Marhamat, any question? So I think it's important to underline that you have a very unique opportunity. You will study for multidisciplinary fields. And you should also be the ambassador of your Erasmus Mundus program here and attract the other universities, so the students, the potential applicants from Uzbekistan to join your program. And your academic excellence, your results will ensure the consortium, Erasmus Mundus Consortium, to admit more students from Uzbekistan. So be very, very active, proactive in your academic life as well. Any other questions, issues, or should we go for a lunch? And by the way, lunch is also networking. Okay, enjoy your meal. Marhamat.
Assalamu alaikum. So we will continue our session. So I hope you enjoyed from the lunch, especially thanks to the EU delegation for arranging the lunch. It's very enjoyable and hope you have lots of the energy now. So we will continue. And today's session, after the lunch, we have two sessions. The first one, it's intercultural communication and cultural adaptation. And this session will be led by Jamshid Ahmadaliyev. And Jamshid is a marketing and PR manager at the Webster University in Tashkent. And he previously worked as a brand manager at Rukamal Beverage. It's a parent country, Denai. and he has lots of experience in particularly winning the scholarship and living abroad. So he's also the granted for the UGRAD, and of course will be really beneficial for you to study, to living in abroad. So the floor is yours. If you don't mind, we'll have also the online participants. It would be really great if you, yes, of course.
Thank you. I hope you guys can hear me now. It's kind of different with the mic, but that's fine. I'll get used to it. So today we'll be talking about intercultural communication, cultural adaptation. This is basically my cup of tea. This is what I studied, what I spent my 2-year university period to study. I did my bachelor's in MA in global communication. So we'll be, my goal today is to help you learn about intercultural communication, research a little bit before you go to your destination, and then to have fewer and fewer, if not none, effects of the culture shock. Okay, so that's the goal of my presentation. Before we start, the least thing that I want you to get from this session is the word homogeny. I think this word basically describes people in the planet and the way how we are different, but we're similar, all right? Homogeny basically means that we are similar, our roots are kind of the same, but at the same time, we're also a bit different when it comes to our languages that we speak, when it comes to where we were born, the locations, the lifestyle, and so on and so forth. So that's what homogeny is. So the idea of homogeny, we look similar, we are different. Every human is like all other humans, some other humans, and no other human. I want that to sink in a little bit, because along the road in this journey, you will see people who are similar to you. You will also experience people who are different to you. Now, a little bit about me. So I did my bachelor's at Westminster International University in Tashkent in business information systems, and I'm 29 years young. I have experience in living in the US through a global undergraduate exchange program. That's what I did during my bachelor's. I studied at the Lincoln University of Pennsylvania for half a year. And then I also won a H-Payer scholarship to go to Harvard to participate in a conference and came back. So that's basically in total, I think I spent around 7 months in the US, and I'll also be sharing some of the info there. But the main thing for us today is Europe, obviously, because most of you are going to European countries. And in Europe, I have experience of winning Islam Karimov Foundation scholarship to do my master's there at the Wrocław University in global communication. And then I won Erasmus Plus International Credit Mobility Scholarship to go from Wrocław to Bologna. I did my international humanitarian and social communication practicum there. So I studied there for a semester, came back, continued my education, and then did an internship with the help of Erasmus in Prague, in Czech Republic. So if you look at it this way, I think I earned more money through scholarships than I'm earning right now through working, because I won a Fond Karimov scholarship to go to Europe. I won a Rector scholarship because I got really high marks, and then I won Erasmus Plus study scholarship because I went to Italy. I won, and then I got money from the internship itself, because most of the internships in Europe are paid. And then I got money from Erasmus as well, because I did an internship. So it was a great life experience for me. And towards the end of my recently we basically lived in Turkey, Çanakkale with my wife, because she had to finish her studies, and she's here, one of the winners here, so Munisa. Now she won Erasmus Mundus, and I'm so proud, and I think the next journey is going to be us going to Europe again together. So that's basically some info about me, why this session matters. Going abroad is not just academic, it's deeply cultural. And there is this research insight that I want you to draw your attention.
which is miscommunication happens, especially when you are there for the first time, and it happens in early stages of cultural immersion due to anxiety and uncertainty. Because of anxiety and uncertainty, you might misunderstand certain things, or you might be misunderstood. So that's why we'll come back to this research insight a bit later. Now, a little bit about me. As you see, this is the places where I loved most. But as maybe, you know, I talked about the good things of my life in Europe. There were also some challenging moments. Besides challenging moments, let's think about us, you know, if I talk about the clash of my cultural background in Uzbekistan. I'm basically Uzbek. And when I was in Europe, still there was a passion to, as a lot of Uzbek people here, there was a still passion to lachetti. That's why with our friends we bought lachetti for 900 euros, not rented but bought it for 900 euros, right? So there is a big difference there. And then we also got number. You can also do that once you are in Europe. We got the plate number, and then as a true Uzbek guy who wants to drive Mercedes or BMW, we just got the lights of Mercedes and BMW, and then installed it on that lachetti that we bought. And we actually brought the Mercedes and BMW lights, front and back lights, from Tashkent to Poland. Now you can see the clash of cultures there. Now, regarding some of the interesting experiences that we had in Turkey with my friends. So we had an idea to go to Turkey for our summer break. It was in the middle of our education. And then we had an idea to start our journey from Istanbul. We rented this car. And then we went to Bursa, then Izmir. So the idea was to go from Izmir to Antalya, and then Bodrum, and then Cappadocia, Astana, not Astana, sorry, the capital of Ankara, and then back to Istanbul. So that was the plan. And what happened, interestingly, when we were in Antalya or somewhere close to that, I think it was either Kochi or Antalya, so my friend needed sunscreen. He went back to the car, got the sunscreen, put the remote inside of his pocket of his shorts. And then we put on the sunscreen, we drank, Coca-Cola, and then had some fun. And then towards the sunset, we went into the Mediterranean Sea and then came back, had some fun again, got some sunburn. And then we realized that the key of the car was in Mediterranean Sea because it actually went inside the sea. So we were kind of panicked a little bit. We didn't know what to do because the car was rented and we got it from Istanbul. And then what happened was we, for the first time, read the manual of the car. I had never read a manual of the car. We had to understand, the key, how it actually works, because it wasn't with the key. It was start, stop, and you had the remote key there. So we searched for the key. We were lucky as it was harbor. So basically, the water brought the key back to the shore. We got the key, but it didn't work. It had to be connected somehow with the car for us to open the doors. Our passports were there. Money was there. Credit card was there. Everything was inside the car. We couldn't open the door. So what happened was, we read the manual, understood how the remote key works. In case, hopefully it doesn't happen with you, but whenever you get a remote key of a car, you basically open it, and then there will be a head of the key inside of the remote control, and you can open the car. Now we opened the car, but the car wouldn't start because there had to be a connection with the remote and the car. So again, we watched a few videos how things work on YouTube, and then realized that whenever you have a remote key for the car, there is a logo at the back, and once you put that logo on start stop of the car and press it, it will turn on. So in that way, engineers of the car thought about it. So I was like, hats off, thank you. We didn't want to leave there. So we turned on the car and then basically went to Bodrum, and then Cappadocia, and then Ankara back to Istanbul. We were so worried something might happen, because we have to give the key and the car back. So we gave it back, and then the sales manager said, we told the sales manager that the car wouldn't, it stopped working, because it wasn't a lie, it actually stopped working. And then, so the sales manager who worked at the rental company said, it's fine, it's insured. So at that time, I learned how insurance actually worked for the benefit of me. So that's something that you might also, know, and some of the challenging moments that we had. Another challenging moment, and this is probably an important one for you to know in case you are in Malaga, which I don't recommend you to go. Malaga is basically a city very close to Africa and Spain, so right here somewhere. A bit risky. Europe is generally safe, but there are certain places that you have to be very extra cautious about your belongings. If you are not cautious, for example, in Barcelona, in Spain, or especially in Malaga, there could be a case which happened with us. So I had a friend. I told him to look after our bags. I went to buy water for our journey. We were on our trip to Portugal, to Lisbon. And then out of the blue, someone came, asked some info, asked for help from my friend, said, their phone didn't work. So my friend tried to help with his phone. And then it turned out that, my bag was basically stolen. I came back, there wasn't my bag. In the bag, there was my green passport. We had this at the time. We also had, I had also red passport, which was also in my bag. And I had my iPad there and some of the clothes that I had. So one tip that I think you really need in Europe is to be cautious with your belongings, all right? Always make sure that they're with you, and you have to have an eye to your belongings. Because in Uzbek, we have a saying called "Kor hasasini bir marta yo'qotadi." So in that way, I don't want you to feel the experience of being a homeless person like I was in Malaga in Spain. And I wrote this letter to our consul. I think his name was Shuhrat Adilov. At the time in Spain, he was Uzbekistan's consul. I wrote him this email stating, "Shunaqa yomon hodisa bo'lib qoldi, hamma narsani o'g'irlab ketishdi." Right? So I don't want you to feel that. That's why be very cautious with your belongings. And it's another tip that I wanted to give you, which is a good thing to jot down so that you don't forget. Whenever you go to a European country, there has to be a consul from Uzbekistan, right? And you have to get to know with them, at least the person there, all right? Usually, for example, in Poland, I knew the name of my consul, their phone number, it's available online. And if you have a chance, usually they celebrate certain Uzbek tradition, celebrations in the embassy or in the consulate. So it's a good idea to get to know with them and to tell them that you are there. Because those will be the people who will help you throughout your journey first, in case some emergency happens. And the emergency in my case was, losing that bag and having both of my passports stolen, so I couldn't fly anywhere, I couldn't go anywhere, right? So I had to go to the consul. Now, once some bad thing happens, you always have to call the police, because the police come and then they register and then they have a document about that emergency or that incident that that happened, and they try to help. For example, I had an iPad, so they try to track iPad through my find my app phone through my phone. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it. They shut it off and did something. So but the good thing is they gave me a report. So we waited. I think we were supposed to go to Lisbon in Flixbus, but we waited in Malaga for that police report, for the police to write the report. Once you have that report, it will look like this, and it will be in Spanish or any country that you are in. So the police report basically outlines the whole incident. And this will be the proof for you once you go back to the consulate to have this thing called certificate to come back to your country, right? For returning. So this will be the key thing for you to show. Without this police report, no one will believe that you actually had the passports. all right, or any other belonging, maybe something, you know, valuable in your case. So this was a good lesson for me, and I wanted to share you. First of all, I want you not experience it, because I know myself how low, what kind of low mood I was in Madrid. But this thing actually happened, and it was a good lesson. So I came back to Uzbekistan next week. I was basically was planning to come back anyway. That was my last trip that I wanted to take to Portugal. And I came back, we translated it with the apostle, and that's also the way the police report is the proof. If you translate it for the passport stall here, for you to issue new passports and ID card. This is exactly what happened with me. All right, so so the good tips there: always make sure that you know where your belongings are, have a second eye there, and then always be in contact with the consul, Uzbekistan's consul. I remember we actually ate macaron with my consul in the consulate. Those were very good experiences that I had. And always, whenever something happens, call the police, okay? And have that police report with you. Hopefully, these things won't happen. Just in case, I'm giving the info. All right, so today we'll be talking about culture. Culture is very important. It's basically knowledge, belief, art, morals, law, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by a man as a member of society. It's basically collective programming of a man in a certain society. And different societies have different programming, right? In Uzbek society, we have different programming. If you're going to Germany, they have the different programming, and that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. So whenever you want to learn about the culture, you look at symbols, heroes, rituals, values, and in total, if you learn about that, it gives you an idea of a culture, right? So I was in Poland for the heroes. Lewandowski was a hero in Poland, so I knew, okay, football, Lewandowski, great. I kind of learned about the culture through that. There could be certain symbols that you might also learn, and they come, for example, for rituals. In Poland, nothing would work on the last Sunday of the month. And I had to plan ahead because I wouldn't know, you know, every Sunday everything works here in Uzbekistan, but once you are there are certain differences that you might face. Like when you are in Poland, last Sunday, you can actually go to Karzinka and buy something because Karzinka will be closed, right? So those are the things make up the culture. So there is Hofstede, a Dutch sociologist. He basically gave this theory what the culture is, and for us to know this culture, we should understand. In order to understand intercultural communication, we have to understand what the culture is first, and then we have to understand what communication is. And if you know what communication is basically sharing meaning, right? So you have a certain thing that you want to share with the other person, and it's a meaning, so you want to share it with various different channels, maybe with words, behavior, or material artifacts, and communication always occurs in context. We'll back to it. Maybe, this model is familiar to you because this is Communication 101 class. Whenever someone sends a message, communicates, they are basically encode the message, and then that message is gone through a channel, maybe face-to-face, or maybe on the phone, and then another person receives it. This is the exact thing which happens when you are abroad and try to communicate in English or in their own native language, whether face-to-face or whether online. And there is always noise. So what I mean by that is culture affects here. So culture affects for encoding of the message. Culture also affects for the decoding of the message. So the way how, for example, if I'm very happy, I basically tell a certain message, and if the person who is listening to me is very sad or very angry, they don't decode the message that I send in the same way how I encoded it and send it. So the point of the slide is to show you that your background, your culture shapes you, and their background, the other person whom you will communicate, shaped their background. And as your backgrounds are not the same, the way how you understand certain things will not be exactly the same. All right? So that's the point of that. So culture not only dictates who talks with whom, how the communication proceeds, it also helps to determine how people encode messages, the thing that I just said. So culture is the foundation of the communication, and when cultures vary, communication also varies. So in different cultures, there is also different communication styles. For example, if you are in Japan, you bow, right? Or if you are in Uzbekistan, you say Assalamu alaikum, and sometimes you put your hand on your heart, right? And in other countries, it could be a bit different. So now we understand what culture is. Now we kind of understand what communication and how it happens. So the next thing is we have to understand what intercultural communication is. So intercultural communication is communication between at least two people who are different in significant ways culturally. So as we said, the communication is going to be a bit different. So how it's going to be different and what we should do so that we understand each other, you have to have the thing called intercultural competence. So you have to be good listener, critical thinker. You should observe a lot when you are in Europe, and then you should analyze what's happening, right? And then you should also have attitudes. You should be open to different cultures. You have to have curiosity. You should be open to discovery, and you should always respect the other person, no matter what they're saying. Okay? Everybody has their own principles. You stick to your principles wherever you are, for sure. But if there is someone who has different principles, it just means that they are different. It doesn't mean that they are your enemy. So in order to understand intercultural competence, we have to understand culture and communication, which we've already talked about. Now, for you to be in that culture, you have to have cultural awareness. This is the session where I will teach you basically how to have that, or how to learn it before you go to Europe, any country in Europe. Then you will have to have cultural sensitivity. So you should be open. Sometimes you should be tolerant. Sometimes you should be understanding. Then you should have good communication skills. You should improve on your communication skills. Asking questions and other feedback from the colleagues of mine that were mentioned earlier will help you improve that. You should be adaptable, and you should have EQ, which is emotional intelligence, and cultural knowledge. Everything comes from experience. You are not a pro once you are in a different country. Everything comes with experience, and the fact that you are studying abroad will make you better with these skills, especially. All right, so you will, after hopefully your journey of Erasmus Mundus, you will develop these exact skills, because you will be shaped by another society through these skills. Now, so the first thing that we needed to learn was cultural awareness. How can I actually be aware, right? Culturally aware about another culture. For example, if you are going to Germany, or if you are going to Netherlands, if you are going to France, how can you know about the culture? Well, actually, there has been different studies, and the best one so far, which has been in work and in reality, is called Hofstede's cultural dimensions theory. It sounds scary, but it's not. It's quite easy. So what Hofstede did, a Dutch social scientist, he analyzed that any culture is different based on these characteristics. Right? So if you want to learn about a culture, look at its power distance index, look at whether the culture is individualistic or collectivistic, look at their uncertainty avoidance index, look at whether the culture is inclined towards masculinity or femininity, look at whether they pay attention to long-term orientation or short-term orientation, and look at whether they have indulgence or restraint. In simple words, when you look at power distance, if power distance, so there are 6 dimensions, 6 characteristics. So this side, it's high, it's basically high context cultures. This side is low context cultures, right? For example, in power distance, in high context cultures, you have hierarchical order. So you respect the elderly, you basically accept what your parents say, You have huge respect towards order. This is what high context culture is. Certain culture, for example, in Uzbekistan, I cannot tell off or swear, or I cannot, behave myself as if I am with my friends, with my parents, right? In different cultures, it's complete opposite. For them to behave with their parents just like with their friends, or having that open, close relationship with their parents is normal. So that is power distance. How you basically keep yourself from power distance. So Uzbekistan could somewhere be inclined towards high power distance culture, right? And maybe, I don't know, Russian Federation could incline towards more on low power index culture. The same applies for everything. For example, there are certain cultures which are more individualistic, right? For example, in Uzbekistan, I think we are more collectivistic, right? We were inclined towards more collectivism because we try to keep very close relationship with our relatives. We try to do things in groups. We don't want to have our own cabinets. We try to work together. And it's not radical. It's not like way collectivistic. It's somewhere in between, but inclination is towards collectivism. In the United States, I felt that they are individualistic. So once a teenager reaches 18, they need to start their adult life. And they are individualistic. They're not dependent to someone. So they go out from their home, and it's kind of weird if you, for example, if they stay with their parents for a longer time after 18. So, because that's the culture. That's how it's been shaped. So individualistic and collectivistic. Now, masculinity and femininity, there is nothing to do with female or male. It's all about some of the characteristics of assertiveness, heroism, protecting those kind of things in masculinity, and in femininity it's all about modesty. It's all about understanding each other, right? So some cultures are more inclined towards one or the other. And the next one is uncertainty avoidance. For example, in Germany, they are more inclined towards low uncertainty avoidance. They want things to be certain, right? If they say 2 o'clock, they mean 2 o'clock. They don't usually mean, for example, 2:30 or 2:45, which could be an idea for us sometimes, right? So if someone says 2 o'clock, we might say, oh, 2:15 or maybe 1:50 could be fine. So there are certain cultures which pay attention to that. And then there are certain cultures, for example, Japanese culture, who plan ahead. Their companies plan for 50 years, right? Or even longer than that. So they have vision for long term. Some cultures, they live in the present today. They do things like there is no tomorrow. They concentrate on today. They're happy today. They have food for today. So that's what matters. So depending on these are the characteristics which Hofstede analyzed to understand whether cultures could be, low context culture or high context culture. And based on those characteristics, you can also analyze what kind of culture you will be absorbed into. So as I said, in low context cultures, which score low on those parameters, you have German, Scandinavian, American, English, French cultures. So in low context cultures, personal and business relationships are more separated. Communication media have to become more explicit. Feelings and thoughts are expressed in words, and information is more readily available. In high context cultures, feeling and thoughts are not explicitly impressed. You are happy, but you are sad, but you don't actually show that you are sad, right? So you have something in mind, but you try to be polite. And instead, one has to read between the lines and interpret meaning from one's general understanding. Можем мы на тот веб-сайт перейти, пожалуйста? So at home, we will definitely send you this presentation. You understand the cultural parameters, and you can, this is the website, the culturefactor.com, country comparison tool. You include your country here. If, yeah, that's better. So you go to the Culture Factor website, you include your country here where you're going, and then let's go below a little bit, and then you can see the scores. All right, you can see the scores. Depending on the scores, you can understand what kind of culture you will be immersed to. Right, so this tool is really helpful. I also used it when I was in Poland, when I went to Czech Republic, when I went to other countries that I won scholarships for. Shows you from out of 100. For example, in France, they're more individualistic. You should understand that. And they have power distance. They're high on power distance. So that you should be respectful towards hierarchy. But they're more feminine culture. They don't like having uncertainty. And they're kind of long-term oriented. And indulgence is basically how the culture can resist or restrain from extra needs or extra wants. You can read more about that. Indulgence is a serious topic there. It will basically open up your mind, but it basically means that whenever they want something, they usually get it. They don't actually, wait for it, or they don't actually have that restraint from not getting it right away. That's what indulgence, that's what restraint is. So they're more in restraint oriented, not indulgence oriented. So now we can go back to the presentation. Можем перейти в презентацию. So this tool is available on the comment of the previous slide, okay, in PPT. Good. So now a very good example for us to understand. So I want you to, this is the book that helped me a lot to learn more about other cultures. I want you to understand that red is kind of close to Uzbekistan, all right? So it's east. And then blue, it's close to Europe. So it's west. Right? So east, west. This is west, this is east. So this woman actually portrayed some of the differences in simple drawings. Right? In restaurants, in Europe, it's not that, and again, it's not everywhere like that, but it's generally how things are accepted. Right? It's kind of not noisy. But in Asia, it tends to be, there tends to be a bit more noise. That could be one difference. Another difference is in the queue, right? How queue is perceived in the West or in the East, you can see it. How a boss is perceived here, for example, in Uzbekistan, and how it can be perceived in Europe or in Western culture. This is a newcomer. How it's perceived in here or in Eastern cultures, how it's perceived in Western cultures. This is dealing with problems, right? This is East, this is West. This is self-portrayal. So in East, we tend to believe more about ourselves, but we don't usually say it. In the West, maybe they have some self-doubts, but they never express that. So, they need to be confident. They need to sound more confident. This is transportation. I think a very good example is Netherlands here, right? This is East, this is kind of West. More opportunities on roads. I even paid attention when I was in Amsterdam. I even paid attention that, for example, here in Uzbekistan, we have roads, and we have roads for cars. And once a pedestrian crosses that car road, they basically go in, go to the car road. You feel that you go into the car road and you cross it. So it means that this is car's road, not road for pedestrian. You are crossing it. So pedestrian is crossing the car road. In Amsterdam, it was a bit different. When you want to car road, it actually goes above. So you're a pedestrian, there is a car road, pedestrian road is above, you kind of feel a bump and then you cross it. It means it was a car road, but now pedestrian is at the higher level. Do you see the difference there? So those kind of differences will put you in a condition that, okay, so that, if that thing is even paid attention, those are the smallest details that will make your life happier and I think better, because it made mine. Now, this is a child, how a child is perceived in society. A child is one member of a society, and society, evolves around the child in Eastern cultures. That's why we think about their weddings and the weddings of their children. This is the truth, how truth is, told, usually in general. This is self-portrayal, how I see myself. And then this is opinion, beating around the bush. Sometimes it doesn't happen in Western cultures. Most often, you have to be a bit more straightforward with an ingredient of politeness there. This is anger. You're angry, but you seem to be sad. You're angry. You seem to be kind of happy. You're angry. You feel that you're angry. This is talking about money. So it's more in Western cultures, more relationships are talked. Whenever money topic comes up, they try to avoid it. They don't talk about usually that topic. Now, mood and weather, how weather affects people's mood. Streets on Sundays. The example that I gave you from Poland was true there. Networking. Way of life, how people live. Punctuality. So it's noon, noon. Noon may mean a bit early from the noon or a bit late to the noon. Having parties, right? So different groups. You'll also feel it. I felt it when I was in Italy. We had different groups. It could be, Italian, Uzbek, and Russian guy or Turkish guy together, but still you have a group. And here, we sit together and it's better to have a bigger table. Popular drinks. Traveling. Whenever you travel, you take photos, and your Western friends could may enjoy looking at the David, for example, in Florence. I never understood when I looked at David. I just took a photo of it. This is the combination of meals throughout the day. Sometimes they mix it. We usually either cold or either hot. This is the senior citizens in society, who they look after or who they spend their time most. This is shower period, when to shower. And this is what seems fancy when you are in a restaurant, right? In Eastern culture, this seems to be fancy. In Western culture, this seems to be fancy because they are one another's. This is basically new things, learning new things. Sometimes you avoid it, sometimes, for example, you may want to either touch it or experience it. This is the perceiving of the other's culture. For example, how Eastern world perceives Western culture, how Western world perceives Eastern culture. All right, so obviously I again have to mention that it's not basically every single European is like that. It's basically majority, how it's accepted, right? Or how it's perceived. It's not, sometimes, there could be some claims that it could be stereotypical, but I don't want you to look at it from that way. I want you to, look at it from an educational point of view. Now, for effective cultural communication, what we want you to be is, we want you to have this trait called openness. Right? Open to new cultures, open to learn new things. You don't have to do it the way how they do it, but being open always matters. Next is having resilience. So you have to have tolerance of ambiguity, resourcefulness. You should be resilient. Then developing cultural sensitivity comes from spending more time with your friends. So that will develop that. Careful encoding is, whenever you choose words, don't try to use words which are kind of okay here in your culture. For example, when you see an African-American guy, you don't use the N word, sometimes as we use it, right? So that could be careful encoding. Know what you're gonna say to a representative of another culture. Then transmission, so communication. The more you communicate, the more you learn. Whenever somebody tells you, for example, your friend who is from another culture tells you something or jokes about something, don't take it personally right away. All right. Try to decode it with, try to decode it in a careful way so that you don't, so that your defense mechanism shouldn't start working and then you don't want to argue with them. And try to follow up actions. Now we're done with cultural, intercultural communication. This is exactly what intercultural communication is. If you want to learn intercultural communication, first thing, learn about Hofstede, go to that website, enter your country, learn how they communicate and how culture affects their communication. All right, that's the one part of the story. Now the second part of the story is cultural adaptation, because most of you, including me, I also felt it when I was in different culture. I felt culture shock. So as a result of differences in language, people in different cultures, will think about, perceive, and behave towards the world differently. Now, what is culture shock? In order to deal with culture shock, you should understand that it describes the feelings of confusion and uncertainty, which are experienced when you come into contact with a culture that is vastly different from your own. So obviously Uzbek culture, and then Portuguese culture, Spanish culture, right? French culture, they're different. When you experience some confusion and uncertainty, this will be the symptoms of the culture shock. You will have emotional difficulty, you will depress, you will miss a lot, you will be overwhelmed by even the smallest things, you will have homesickness, you will turn on YouTube and start searching Sato, you'll start listening to Uzbek songs, you'll miss your food, you'll miss your relatives, parents, you'll miss the times that you were, in your home country. And that usually happens. And you will feel that you're kind of different when majority are different than you. Those are the symptoms. Whenever you feel that, any of it, it means that you're experiencing culture shock. And culture shock has stages. The first stage, it's called honeymoon stage. Everything is new, everything is exciting. That's when you arrive in a new country, and that's the first stage. It's gonna be honeymoon stage. Everything is perfect, everything is different. The food is different. Wow, you have different people. The communication is different landmarks. Not like your home. You enjoy it. Right? So, and the way how you should cope with it is you have to enjoy it and document it, to look at it later. Next, you will start to feel some cultural crisis. You will be irritated by your surroundings. Some certain things now are done in a different way. People are eating with their left hand. And you kind of feel misunderstood. So how to cope with cultural crisis is you observe and learn. Then you will really sick about your family. You kind of get lonely, annoyed. So now how to cope with it is you have to remember, you should indulge in home culture and personal exchange. So you should communicate more with your parents, with your brothers and sisters via Telegram or any social messaging app. Then after some time, maybe this happens in second month, maybe this happens in third or fourth or fifth months, and then you'll start accepting it. You'll start adjusting to that new culture. You have to, it feels like, okay, so positive thinking kind of is back. You are making more friends. There is traveling going on, so you kind of like it. The food seems to feel better, or you already started your cooking channel, right? You're already learning from people who cook on YouTube and are cooking yourself. So you should appreciate and act. Now, once you come back from another culture to Uzbekistan, to Uzbek culture, there will be reverse culture shock. Now, that thing that you got used to will be your thing now, and what we do here will be kind of different to you. So it will be a reverse culture shock. So you will reminisce and remember all your moments when you travel, when you took your photo under Eiffel Tower and everything. And then once you come back, you don't have that. So you will again miss it, but how to cope with it, you have to realize and accept, willingly enter the new transition cycle again. This is what makes you stronger. So some tips for culture shock: you should take time to settle in. And just like in Dota or in Kazaki, when you are on a new territory, usually around you is kind of dark. You don't know what's happening. So it's good to walk a little bit outside of your, small mahalla and to explore. Next, establish a new routine. Start going to the gym or do certain exercise and try to make your routine so that you know what you will do tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and make some plans. Never compare yourself to others. Keep an open mind. Keep in touch with the loved ones, especially from Uzbekistan. Push yourself out of your comfort zone. Nothing grows on your comfort zone anyway. Now, whenever you want to go to a new culture, this is the last slide. We're done with this, and then we'll go to Q&A. I want you to think about what aspects of my own culture influence how I speak, listen, and interpret others. This will be a great thing to realize and to get to know because it will help you learn about your own identity, right? How do I typically react when someone communicates in a way that feels unfamiliar or uncomfortable? This is the question that I want you to ask yourself. And am I assuming my way is the right way, or am I open to learning other ways of doing things? This is also very important. You should be open to doing things differently sometimes so that you don't feel very sad. And what specific actions can I take better understand and connect with people from different cultures? So how I can make friends, what kind of similarities we might have with people from different cultures. Think about that because it will be easier to make friends in that way. It's also a good tip for you to try traveling alone. Usually in a lot of recommendations, we see people, saying travel with your friends from different cultures. Sometimes I think this will be a great learning moment for you when you yourself alone do solo travel. You will appreciate how helpful people are when you travel alone, because usually they help more, when they see you alone rather than when they see you with a group of people. All right. So those were the things that I wanted to share with you today. If you have some questions, I'm open to to those, and we'll be happy to answer.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Ahmad Ali. So it was a very great presentation, and we really appreciate, especially the experience that you had in the European countries. It's very useful. I hope that you also take a note about what to do if you lost the passport or the address to the consular, so in that part. So if you have any question, please do not hesitate to ask directly to our speaker. So this is a lifetime experience for you and for the speaker as well to get in touch. And further communication is also available. So we'll also leave the emails that we can communicate further. So do we have any questions in the auditorium now? Feel free to ask any questions in any languages, okay? o'zbek tilida bo'lsa ham, qaysi savolda bo'lsa bemalol murojaat qilishingiz mumkin. Ho'p, savolimiz bor. Microphone, please.
My question is about accommodation. So can you give any recommendation?
So from my own experience, for the US, accommodation was already provided, so I didn't have any problems there. For Europe, especially for Poland, we had to either stay in dorms or find group of people and stay in an apartment. So what I did first, because it was easy and cheaper option, we stayed in dorms. It was kind of cheaper because there were dorms available in Poland, so it wasn't much of a big problem there. But there could be a situation like with Netherlands. Now we're searching for a place to stay. We kind of are not looking where to stay on Facebook because there are a lot of people who can scam you. So that's why we're trying to find people who know this. So we're trying to find people like either realtors or people who already experienced it. So people who already found an accommodation in that specific region. We got some contacts from our friends who lived in Groningen and who are living there right now. So now the next step is to communicate with them. And what you can also do is you can the safest but most expensive version is going to be trying to have someone do that job for you, because their specialty is in that area. So they may charge you for the whole 1 month rent for their work. This is what we did in Turkey. When we tried to find try to find an accommodation there, it was expensive, but it was really safe, because they were we didn't have to negotiate the price, they had to do it. It's like having your own lawyer dealing with your problems. That's the expensive option though. If for example you want to do it yourself, the same thing, you can go to those kind of agencies, but making sure that you arrive at the destination earlier, right? For example, if your studies start in September, if there is a possibility to go to Europe in July with some money that you've saved up, go early and then try to search, either in person or online. Even though you are in the country, online you can book an appointment and go there and see them. That thing can happen also online. So Googling really helps. It's better to work with an agency, from my experience, or to someone who is specialized in that type of work, rather than if you have time, obviously go around and search and try to have meetings, but I think that's the feasible option.
And I can also add here. So depending on the country you are moving to, just find your mates, probably the Uzbeks, who know the country, who know the market. And one key piece of advice from my side: do not pay anything until you get the keys, because in any chance, they try to smuggle you, they try to scam you, lie on you. And the obvious reasons would be that they are away, not in the country, they are ill, any reason. But just bear in mind that once you get the key, you pay the money.
Exactly.
So this is the rule of thumb, should be.
Yep. It's better to be suspicious than naive when you are abroad. All right.
Thank you a lot for the question, for the answer as well. So now we will have the short coffee break. So it takes about 20 minutes. And regarding the online participants of the PDO meeting, so dear participants, if you have any question, you can also leave your question to the chat box. So we will also deliver your question to our trainees. So thank you a lot for Ahmed Alif. It was really a pleasure for us to having you. And after the coffee break session, we'll have the second trainee is Uchkun Normatov about navigating academic life in Europe. So enjoy the coffee break, and we'll have the 20 minutes for the coffee break. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum once again. So hope you enjoyed from the coffee break. So now we'll have the last but not least speaker is Uchkun Normatov. He will talk about the navigating academic life in Europe. So he holds as well as a DAD scholarship. I hope that this session will be special dedicated to your academic achievements. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, test. So before we begin, does anybody know who this person is? Among the awardees, of course. Sorry, Mukhlisa? Marjana? No. A bit. No, you were Munisa, right? Shakhnoza, sorry. So have every one of you won the scholarship Erasmus Mundus, but don't know this person? That's actually very great. It is Desiderius Erasmus, a Dutch theologian and humanist. So the phrase Erasmus comes from his family name, and mundus from Latin means what? No. El mundo. What is mundo? Yes, exactly. Mundial. So the next, yes, the word comes from the Latin and means world. So world and Erasmus. So spread the education, spread the humanism over the world. That can be interpreted from that. So, and then let's go back to our boring presentation again. I don't want to congratulate you because you had this a lot of times today, but I'm really, really happy to see you because as long as the support from the EU or other similar institutions have, you should be seizing that opportunity. So it's great that they are still allocating the budgets, the quotas for the third world countries. I think you know the Erasmus Mundus are mainly for the third world countries like Central Asian and former CIS countries. So basically, studying in Europe is great. Of course, definitely is a great part of your life. It should be, because as colleagues mentioned, Europe has lots of prestigious and high-ranking universities. I think you guys know the programs and the universities you're going to be studying soon. I mean, their history, their rankings, their pros and cons. So, for example, I graduated this March from the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. Have you heard of this university? So it is number one in its field in Germany, but some say TUM is the number one but it is technology and engineering. I'm quite, I would say, satisfied with my achievement because it was, of course, tough, but I think it was worthwhile. I didn't move. I didn't have any semesters abroad, but I just stayed in Munich. But I do not complain or I do not regret, because Germany, as the representatives from the embassy mentioned, is a great place. It's a hot it's the central country in the Europe. There are lots of things to see, lots of things to do, and of course, in terms of education, also it's a great place. So there are lots of opportunities for foreigners. But ignoring their bureaucracy, yeah, it's a very great country. But except that, good. I have a clicker. So I think you can read the presentations. The culture, the academic culture in Europe, if we start from the emphasis on the independent study, I think you all studied here in Uzbekistan, right? So you, except Marjana. Munisa, sorry for my bad memory. But here, as we used to, except you, Munisa, what is the traditional type of study culture? So the professor, the teacher urges you, not beats, but quite demands you to study, to come, to be tidy, to be in the uniform, with a tie, of course. But in Europe, as my colleague, my friend already mentioned, it's quite the contrary. So it's definitely the opposite. So you're going to be fully independent. So nobody forces you, nobody reminds you about your studies, about your goals, and etc. It's going to be you on your own. On one side, it may sound depressing, but it is, because just imagine a new country, a new world, new people, and you are on your own in your tiny bedroom, trying to learn something. But on the other side, it gives you the opportunity to reveal yourself, to research your weaknesses, to research about your strengths and the goals. Because personally, I had a lot of plenty time to think about life choices, goals, the things I did, the things I will do, because nobody will be bothering you there. So no family, like no friends, in the beginning at least, because of course it's very, very challenging to start a life in a new country, especially if it's Europe, which is completely different from our culture. But yeah, so you're gonna be independent, and self-study is key here. I think you already attended the university libraries or the city libraries here, and the same will be there. But and you're going to be surprised that the university libraries will be packed with students from early morning till midnight. I was shocked to see the guys, the girls and boys, just like me, who were studying on weekends. Just imagine Sunday, it's 11 in night, but there were students who were studying, who were like picking some things from their laptops, writing down notes. They were doing something. I was shocked. No, all the time. The crazy part is this, all the time. Just imagine weekend, so Saturday, Sunday, they might have been like, I don't know, sleeping, enjoying the, I don't know, some meal, maybe walking somewhere. But no, they were in the libraries. And I'm talking about the TUM Library, Technical University of Munich. So it is now number 424 in the world rankings, quite high. And you see the achievement because of such students. Munisa, you have something to say? Just share with us. So if you want to ask something. But why did you don't move that with that option then? I think it's not a Erasmus Mundus program masters, right? Oh, then great. Then you're going to see those crazy students in the libraries. And the second thing to mention is the critical thinking. So you are not expected to know everything because you cannot. Nobody can, I guess. But you are encouraged to think critically. Whenever you see the information, just try to understand as much as you can and then question. If you don't know, if you don't get some parts, professors are usually welcome. Just ask the questions. Don't be shy. I see already here like somebody wanted to ask a question, but they kind of a bit shy. But don't do that in there because it's the kind of one opportunity for you to challenge and to grow. You are going there not for traveling, as some colleagues here said. So you want the scholarship for what? For studies. So it was a bit hypocritical that the most important part of the session was put in the end, when you are like full of very great lunch and full of lots of information. But still, I think you are good here. But by the way, Salma, Anastasia, are you here with us? The online participants, or are they already?
Yes, we are here.
Great. You can also ask questions. You can interrupt me whenever you want. So I'm not kind of a formal person here. So great. Then the third point to mention is the open feedback. I don't know if you ever used here emails, except telegrams for communication with teachers. How many of you here like written an email to your professor, teacher? Yes, here in Uzbek universities, yes. So then yes, it's not a common experience here. So emails do not work, but Telegram do. But it's not a formal source of communication. But this is the primary source of communication. So whenever you see some question, whenever you have something in your mind, just email your professor. The good thing is they usually answer. If it's not like a very top, very busy professor, you may approach the assistants, the other practitioners. They are usually very supportive in that. So just ask for their times, because all the university teachers have their office hours, and then you can just make an appointment and go and ask. For example, I also did the same. So actually, it was more than useful for me because while in tutorials or in lectures, it is usually formal. So it is just the presentation itself. But during the face-to-face interviews, you get more. You definitely get more. So just a point, and then go and see. And on the other side, it may help you with the relationship with your teachers. So then afterwards, you may be writing your thesis with this professor, or you may be working in some projects. So then at the end, if you want some recommendation letters, they may recognize you because professors do not know or do not remember shy, silent students, but the other ones who speak up.
who have questions. So don't be shy. Just show yourself. Show how the Uzbek students are actually. And then, yeah, last but not least, the classroom etiquette. So no uniforms usually there, so do not bother about that, but punctuality. Germany, but yeah, they are not that punctual anymore, I can say that. For example, the lecture, according to the schedule, starts at 8 a.m. But the general rule is that the lecture is gonna start from 8:15. So this is the case. It depends on the professor, on the university, but usually it is the case in Germany. So be on time. And of course, respect. Yeah, professors there. So here in Uzbekistan, when we study in universities, how we approach, how we contact the professor, we say Jamshtaka or Munisopa or Davrbekake, right? So they don't have this aka word, but they may also ask you to call by their first names, but depending on their degree, depending on their position, if he is or she is a professor, call them professor. You can call them just, I don't know. So I used to have a professor, Uwe Zunde, so it's a German professor, very, very great guy. Some people called him with the first name, but then I realized it was not that right, and rather it was right to call him professor. But assistants who were like not that high in ranking, you can call just with their first names. It's okay. It's okay. But they may have some difficulty with your names because Uzbek names are the hard ones to pronounce. For example, my name. So as you can see, my name is Uchkun with K, but they don't have any K there. And in Germany, they don't have even Che. So how they called me? Ushkun. Yeah, it was a bit ridiculous. So I had the third form of my name. Yeah. Exactly. So then the participation. As I said, don't be shy. Don't be just sitting there doing your business, but rather participate. Ask questions, be open, think critically, and then approach. So you don't have to say, first you should approach maybe your course mates who are a bit more, I don't know, who can explain the topics, the things easily to you. Then if he or she cannot, then you may approach the professor. This is the way. So the format of the study is similar to the ones here. So you're going to have lectures. You're going to have following tutorials. Then you may also have seminars. So lectures, it's usually 100+ students sitting in a big hall and the professor delivering the lecture. And in the tutorials, so there are going to be some smaller groups. And actually, if you have one lecture in a week, then it may be followed by 2 or 3 tutorials because the quantity of students exceed the maximum. So you're going to be working in smaller groups. Seminars. Does anybody know what the seminar and the tutorial are? I mean, the difference here? Yes, exactly. So, yeah, seminars are maybe a bit deeper than tutorials. So it's going to be topic based. You're going to have you will be working with a focus group around 1 or 2 topics, but lectures actually include a variety of topics, themes, and for example, in our case, the seminars meant the double of the courses. So we had courses, we had seminars. In courses, let's say econometric theory we learned, but the seminar we had weighed 12 credits while the course was only 6. So seminars actually weighed more, which means they are more important. And maybe depending on your field, you also may have some classes in laboratories. For example, if you are an engineer or or medical student. So attend those libraries. I do not have such experience because in social sciences, there are no lab cases, as if you know. So those who study law, economics may understand me. So you cannot have experiments in libraries, just like in chemistry or physics. And then, yeah, grading. So you are already aware of your country for your master studies, and you already know about universities. How about the grading system in that country? Do you have anything in your mind? Yes, credit system, but I'm talking about grading. So we have what? 5, 4, 3, 2. The pass mark is 3 usually, or in some others, I don't know about the current grading system in Uzbekistan. So we used to have in Lyceum 100 range grading system. So in Netherlands, what kind of? I think they have this A to F grading system. Am I right? Yeah, but for Germany, Austria, Finland, Sweden, they just have the opposite grading systems as opposed to ours. So 1 is the very good, excellent mark, while 5 is 2. So it's funny. Yeah. Actually, this creates a lot of problems while you want to continue your studies somewhere, because you got like 4 here, but how it can be converted to German university system, so or in UK or in the US. So actually, I provided some very brief, very vague table about the grading systems here, as you can see. So in France and Portugal, they have 0 to 20 grading systems. So if I'm not mistaken, 10 is a passing mark. So 16 is already a good threshold, and then above. And the same is in Portugal. You have any question? And then Spain, Greece, Netherlands, Italy, it's 0 to 10. And Belgium, Poland, Luxembourg, and Denmark have the letter set grading system. Because you need to pay attention to this, because the grades matter at the end of the day. Because I don't know how many of you, so let's put this question. How many of you here want to do PhD after masters? Just raise your hands. So more than 50% of the students want to continue their studies. So then, unlike this German colleague's words, do study hard, because the grades are the first line of shortlisting when it comes to PhD. So they're gonna be shortlisting the applicants first based on their grades. It's not always the case, but it usually is. So do study hard. Of course, it doesn't that matter for work, but for your academic journey, it is. So pay attention and just learn this part. And if I talk about my university regarding exams and the courses, so I was actually lucky because we had an opportunity to retake an exam twice for free. Let's say you got 3.0 in the first attempt, and you don't like it. So 3 is not that. 1 is very good, 2 is good, 3 is like a medium size, and 4 is the like dying grade. But you want to improve, right? So in my university, there was an opportunity to retake that again in the coming semester. So you already know the subject, then you can retake. And let's say you got 3.5 now. What should they do now? What do you think? No, they are actually quite supportive here. They take the higher one. So, but it's not the same for every university. For example, at TUM, there was no such opportunity. But for example, yes.
Exam.
The exam itself. Because usually being present is not mandatory, so attending is up to you. You may attend or not. You just need to register for the exam and then just take it.
And again, question about the grading. It's
Yes.
absolute grading or relative?
It is relative. So they're gonna take the distribution of the grades. So they're gonna be like choosing the best work, the best performing student, and then start from there, go to the bottom side. Any questions? Actually, yeah, you can ask any questions. Just interrupt me here. Yeah. Of course. So you're gonna be using your IDs, and actually, so in Europe, the graders are not actually the professors, lecturers who led the courses, but they are the different independent entities within the university who will do the checkups. Because just assessing a paper or exam sheet is not that difficult if you have the answer sheet. So, and on the other side, professors do not have time for that. Yes. It depends, but for example, for me, yeah, it was a usual case. So actually, I had 4 cohorts, if I can talk about that. One is German, one Jew, one Japanese guy. So actually, we have a group in WhatsApp there. By the way, in Europe, Telegram is not that popular messenger, so you're gonna be already using WhatsApp there. So among these 4 group community, we had like inner competition. So I said in the beginning that I'm not gonna be the last. And of course, I was not. It was a German guy who was the last because he was the youngest. And then was me, and then the Japanese guy, and this Jewish friend. Of course, they are very intelligent because these guys were, just imagine that the one is coming from Germany, and that Jewish guy is also studied in Germany, Japan. We know the country, the education system, and there was Uzbekistan. But fortunately, I was not the last one. So, yes.
Do they have just one exam at the end of semester, or they have just projects that you will collect your grades during the semester, some projects, tasks, quizzes, or my grade is only depends on this, yeah.
So it depends. It's not the same in every institution. Even in one country, there are going to be lots of different grading or exam types. For example, in our university, there were courses, as I said, seminars, and the thesis, the final part. So in courses, so 6 credit modules, they sometimes require to take an exam or to write a paper. Seminars, only writing a paper, and presentations, of course. That's why, by the way, presentation skills are also going to be very essential. Try to speak in a audience, in public, and yeah, just train yourself because you're going to be doing that in European universities. Yes, please.
What about differences between, in background, in academic background, between Uzbekistan students and European students? Are they smarter maybe or more intelligent?
As a person who passed this period or phase, I can say, yes, there are differences. And just for you to know, I'm gonna give an example. I graduated from the Westminster University. I got the first class diploma. I was quite an intelligent guy back then. But then, when I arrived in Germany, it was not already the case. I was not the best. Because, yeah, I started here in Tashkent. The prerequisites, the requirements were not that harsh or that rich, I would say. And usually they overcome. So they had better teachers, they had better learning opportunities. So everything. So I'm talking about the German institutions now. So yes, yeah, of course, but they have their own language, if you know. So it's not English, but yeah, of course they do better. And just take the world's most highly ranked institutions and count how many German universities are there, and just count how many or Asian or Central Asian universities are there. Any questions? Yes, please.
Actually, I just finished my master degree in Namangan State University, and
congrats.
in Uzbekistan, every master student have to publish thesis, at least two, in journal or in conferences. How about this in Europe? Are we required to publish thesis, or it depends on universities?
Can I recall your name? Asad,
Jam-
right?
Jamshid.
Jamshid, sorry, Jamshid.
Archaeologist.
Jamshid, okay. Then, what do you think yourself? Is it the same or not?
I have no idea, but I would like to publish any thesis.
It is general misconception that the higher ranking or higher educational institutions require publications in Europe or in the US. It's not the case. So you don't have to publicize anything. Even for getting admitted to the PhD studies, you don't need any publications. So it's a misconception that you should be like, I don't know, you should be already like giving international conferences, publishing your works on internationally recognized. It's not that easy. It takes time. And I think I can question the quality of those articles or works who are produced here and publicized here and who are produced in Europe. They, of course, totally differ. And one thing that, as the colleagues already mentioned about, the plagiarism. Most of our local universities do still accept those plagiarized works of students, and they are becoming the oli malumatli talabalar, kadrlar. But it's not the case in international universities. Actually, I find myself quite lucky to study in Westminster, because even back then, it was already 8 years ago since I graduated, we used to have Turnitin. So you couldn't just copy and paste from Wikipedia, from some publicized work, and put it on your coursework. It's going to be like failing you on and on. So at least we learned how to cite, how to provide the correct references at the end of the day. Did I answer to your question? Okay.
Yeah, my question is, in Uzbek we say "Odam ajratish," for example. I mean, is this problem between professors and international students, for example? Maybe there are some differences between international students and their own students. I mean, in relations between professor and with students.
Thanks for that. So usually those scholars, these are the professors, those are the science people, right? So they don't have any objections towards your race, ethnicity, country of origin, your looks, but rather they look at your questions, how you critically assess their lectures, their deliverables. But still, it depends on the person. So for example, there were professors who were quite open to everyone, but the others, for example, how can you spot that part? For example, they started answering in German because they just didn't want to, I don't know, bother themselves, but they just preferred answering to a German student in German in front of an international class. It was a bit not respectful, but it depends. So everybody is different. And I'm quite actually not agreeing to the statement that we represent our country. Yes, to some extent we represent, but not fully. Everybody is unique. Everybody has their own standards. But you cannot fully represent. You're not the part of EU or UN delegation to Europe or to the US. So you are just an ordinary person who seeks opportunities, who wants to study and develop. So it always depends. It always depends, but usually they respond respectfully. So you don't have to like be shy or thinking that he may ignore me or something like that. Just ask it. as long as they are professional, they may not neglect you. So, any questions so far again? Then move on. So just an interactive question here again. So what's the appropriate here? You just look on the screen. You have 3 options. Just pick one. So what is the most appropriate among these options? Who thinks it's A? 3. And you, Mr. Ganif, right? C. So what is appropriate in a seminar or a lecture or a course? The first, A, disagreeing with your professor respectfully. Second one, copy pasting from Wikipedia. The third one, staying completely silent every session. Jamshteka, what do you think? What is appropriate here? Yes, the A is the most appropriate one because the other twos are not acceptable, are not appropriate. And why not B, for example? If you can tell me. Copy pasting from Wikipedia. Why can't you just do that? Yeah, exactly. So now for the tools for academic journeys of yours. E-learning. So we have moved far from using our notebooks in today's world. We would rather use our phones, laptops, and iPads. I don't know if you have used iPads during your bachelor's, but if you haven't done that, just think about it because I was not using back then, but I was surprised when I saw like lots of students using their iPads while sitting in the lecture, in the tutorials, because it's very, very comfortable and useful. You can just point out, highlight, and take notes straight away, or maybe you can leave questions. And then you can use those slides or the documents, the materials afterwards. Because if you write, yes, you can do your notes, but you cannot catch everything. So just try, maybe just think about buying an iPad before you leave here. So we used to have, we used Moodle. Have you heard of this platform? So we have, what do we have in Uzbekistan? Chemis, exactly. Similar to that one, so the lecturers, the professors usually provide the materials on Moodle. Not everybody can access it, only with the ones with the key, the course code, or something like that. And actually, you can also register yourself for the exams using Moodle. So just be comfortable with that. So no more like paperwork or paper registration stuff. It's going to be online. I cannot say anything here. So libraries, we talked about the physical libraries, but we also have e-libraries. What kind of e-libraries you know? Just raise your hand and tell the name. Google Scholar, it's not quite the library, but yeah. Yeah, the JSTOR is the popular one. ResearchGate. Dissertacja.uz, okay. Also, it's an option. Yeah, of course, it's an e-library where you get the books, the materials. Sorry? LexUz. Okay, I haven't heard of that. So, and the good part is, once you are a student, your Moodle or your account actually have unpaid or free subscription to those internationally recognized libraries. So you can just use your credentials, and go to the e-library, do whatever you want. Download the articles, books, whatever you need. Yes.
So universities will give us official email, yeah? No?
Yes, yes, you're gonna have your personal emails where you get all the information.
From the universities.
Yes, yes, yeah. So one very essential comment here: do try coming to the host country, to the host university early as possible, and do not miss the orientation week or something like that, because usually during that week they will provide the most like toolkit for the initial phase of your study. So these emails, the Moodle passwords, everything. Just try to come earlier and attend those orientation classes and meetings. Reference tools. Yeah, everybody has their own taste here. You can also, of course, you can argue that AI can do everything now. The GPT, yes, it's your library, it is your reference tool, it's everything. But still, you may also consider some root channels or platforms which provide such services. And time management. How many of you have actually your calendar set, or I don't know, you have some notes and you use, yeah. It is actually very useful to plan ahead. For example, I also use my notes for reminders or the calendar. I use Google Calendar. It's very easy to use, and you can just put your exam dates, your meetings with professor, deadlines, of course, yeah. So you should know beforehand about what's coming. Because and it's on your phone, so you can get just notified by those reminders, and it's very easy to use. Any questions from the online attendees? Anastasia, Salma?
For the referencing, did you use APA, Chicago, or Harvard?
I used APA.
APA, right?
Yes.
And also, I want just note, I would recommend Notion app. You can connect your Google Calendar with Notion app and you can use all the notes. For example, I've documented all my bachelor notes and I have 4 years of my documented notes now for my Notion, and I will use it for my master's. So it's so useful.
Yeah, just take advice from your peers. Yes.
And it's
good for
free.
task management as well.
Yeah, it's free with your student email, yes.
Was that Notion.io?
Notion, yeah.
Notion.io, okay. So your colleague mentioned that. Just think about, and maybe you can use. You can also use Google Notes. It's not that I think popular or easy to use. In my workplace, we also use, by the way, Notion. So now here comes the challenging part: writing and research skills. Why I called it challenging? Because here in Uzbekistan, students usually do not do the expected work when it comes to research. What we do, so we're gonna be Googling first, trying to catch some works, get them, paraphrase, and then etc. But real research, of course, is far more than this kind of job, but it is essential there because, so first of all, the academic integrity and plagiarism. We already talked about that, and we come again because it's #1 priority in academia, in the education system. So whenever you use some sources, some materials, what should you do? You should cite or provide the references, right? So you cannot just provide them as if it's your own opinion. When you do that, you may be guilty in plagiarizing and be penalized for that. Rather, just use the quotes, paraphrase, and provide the reference, and you are good. Because you are not expected to create a new idea. You are just expected to analyze and provide that you understood that concept or theory. That's it. Yes?
We need provide references even for pictures, for example, from Google.
Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, yeah, it is. Unless you took that picture, okay, you're good. And the structure, the report and thesis. So how many of you need to write a thesis at the end of your studies? All of you, right? So except Microsoft Word, what kind of text editors do you know or use?
Google Docs.
I used Overleaf for PGL.
Overleaf. Overleaf is considered to be the professional text editor. And I can quickly provide the demo of my work, if I can do so. I think we have time, right? Do you see my screen? Sorry, it's a bit tough to work from here. This is the platform. So this is the overleaf we call. So if I can quickly provide the demo, so you can have the left panel for work. So this is the file that I prepared for you. So what is different from Word here? It actually does all this design formatting for you. Of course, they use the codes. You don't have to be programmer or some, I don't know, IT guy to do that. You just need to practice and you're going to be good. So now let's change the logo of this title. So it's a bit difficult for me here just a second. Economics. What if I duplicate here? Follow me on the screen. So I'm going to be changing the logo. So I'm not going to do anything manual, but use the codes. So on the left panel, you have all the library here. And let me add a picture to this library by just dragging and dropping. So I upload this. Who was this guy once again? Desiderius Erasmus. So we know this. So it is uploaded here. And now here, I just changed the name of the previous picture I use here. So it's the name. You can just follow that part. So the next file contains, so the name of the next file is de.jpg. And then I do what? I recompile. Abracadabra. I see it here, but I don't. So, bang. So I don't need to format, scroll, or move the cursor. I just change the code, and it does for me everything. And then my file is ready. And then I do what? I download it. So it's now downloading, and you're gonna see how it deals with the contents, with page numbering, formatting, everything. You're gonna love the format actually. And of course, all these modern publications are mostly produced in Overleaf. So I think it's already downloaded. I'm sorry. Do you see my screen? Still? Here it is. Doesn't want to show the. So there comes this content page. You see, it already has hyperlinks. Just click, and it leads you to all these graphs, text you provide. You see how smooth is that? And I haven't written anything by hand. I just used the code, so it provides the notes, paragraphing, every labels, every legend in itself. So today, with the help of YouTube, online tools, you can just learn and to use Overleaf in just 2 or 3 days, which I did. So overleaf.com. Now we go back to the presentation. Oops. Any questions so far? Common challenges. English is not our first language, we know it. So what to do here?
Europeans actually don't care about the language. They speak with their accents. So basically, you don't need to like push yourself, learn the accent, become like American. You can speak like with any language you can. So basically, they can understand, and that's all, you know.
Yeah, unless you are in UK. So do the accent, whatever you want. And group projects. Interestingly, I didn't have any group projects during my master's, which is good and bad at the same time. Good, because I just worked on myself, but maybe I didn't have that good networking. So self-motivation and mental health. This is the most touchy part for myself, because when I first arrived in Germany, during my first few weeks, during the first semester, I felt quite down, quite stressed, because just imagine I graduated 5 years ago, then came back again to study, and where in Germany? And where in Germany? At LMU, among these like top crazy students. Actually, I got 3 fails in the first semester, which kind of woken me up back then. I thought like, what is happening? I was the best there, but why can I just pass this test? Yeah, it was quite surprising and quite stressful. But then I just went home, got some energy, and made up my mind and came back with a plan already. Because without that, what did I do? What did I miss, or why did I fail? I thought studying a couple of days just before the deadline or exam is okay, and I can, because I did that here at Westminster. Yeah, you could pass tests just learning in 2-3 days, but there it was not just the case. So I saw it myself, and then I said, no, it's not gonna work this way. Let me change my plan and schedule and everything. And then I did recover. I look at other cohorts, look at their plans, how they studied, what kind of tools they used. I consulted with the professors. And the good thing is I caught up. And actually, I graduated with a GPA of 1.7, which is quite nice and above average. And actually, my thesis was graded at 1.0. So it's the highest mark. But what brought me to this achievement? Failure and reflection on that failure. Do not be afraid to fail. Do not be afraid to take a second chance. It's not like a life to death game. So it's just a study. Just approach it this way. Just treat it like a game. So you are competing. You just want to be not the last. So you need to catch up. You need to work. You need to be consistent. So you just don't travel every weekend or every month to some EU country, because I bet you're gonna be bored after 4 or 5 countries because they are all similar. So you'd rather focus on your studies and achieve what you set before coming to the country, to Europe. Okay?
So if you have failed 3 subjects, have you lost your DAD scholarship? Because I heard that DAD terminates when you have failed.
Very good question. Very good question. Until they asked about my transcript and progress, I used that chance to retake the exams. I was good until until they asked this document. So they accepted, and fortunately, I did receive my full scholarship till the end of my study.
About the challenging academic life, I have 2 cases to share. I have friends who studied in Europe, like in different parts. I have a friend who studied Germany with DAD scholarship. She graduated her master's after like 4 years. Like it took her 4 years to write her master's thesis, like a lot of time. She mentioned that it's very challenging, but my other friends mentioned that studying in Europe is chill. Like you can travel, you can like study your master's like in a very relaxed way. They are not so much challenging compared to even Uzbekistan. So what's your opinion? Since you studied Germany, yes, you say, I'm expecting you say, yeah.
Good, I got you. Thanks for the question. So I'm not going to answer, but I'm going to provide an example, real case from my studies back then. So I'm not going to generalize all things, all these opinions, but I had a course mate who was studying with me at the same course and who was receiving like 2, 3-ish grades there in LMU, Germany. But then he got this Erasmus Mundus semester abroad scholarship and went to Paris for the 3rd semester. And then he got straight 18, straight 19, straight A's. And you can just imagine how challenging it was in Munich. But that same student then just bragged that the level of difficulty is too harsh in Germany, in Munich. But because he there in Paris, it's also like a very big country, has very good high-ranking institutions. But there, it was easier for him to get higher grades. So it depends every time. It depends every time. So, and usually, yeah, people, my cohorts recognize that in TUM and LMU, these professors are crazy when it comes to exams. They set so highly difficult questions in a very limited time. You can solve all the questions when you have 1 day to 1 week. But the challenge is what? You know everything. You just need to manage your time while you're on an exam. You can just answer 1 or 2 questions out of 10 in this 2-hour exam. So it always depends. So if your professor is not that crazy, the exam's gonna be easier and you're gonna be having higher grades. Any questions here? So self-motivation, again.
One thing about the classes, do you choose your classes?
Yes. Usually in European master degrees, the first semester is going to be mandatory. I mean, you should have these mandatory courses, but then you will start juggling. You take 2 seminars, 1 course, which will sum up to 30. So, I think it's 120 ECTS for a master's degree, for a full master's degree in Europe. So you should compile that 120 ECTS during 2 years. So you can just do 24 credits in the second and 36 in the third. It's definitely upon you. I had some cohorts who completed their masters in just 3 semesters. It was crazy, of course, but I don't know. They were really working hard back then. But there were students, as you said. Actually, it was in the Corona time. In Germany, they allowed to take extra semesters because usually it's 6 semesters in European institutions to complete 120 ECTS. So 3 years you are given. If you exceed, so your degree and program is going to be annulled and you should start again. So just plan that. So for example, I graduated in 5 semesters because of some family circumstances and plans, but I'm good. And usually it is the case. So the bachelor's degree is 6 semesters in standard, but they usually take 7 or 8. So 1, 2 semesters additional, not a problem.
And what's your advice on master's thesis? Should we start already thinking about what we're gonna write like at the beginning?
No. Please don't do that. Because you're gonna have much more things to think about when you arrive to your institution. Because you are new here, you are new to that host country. There are lots of challenges, lots of things to solve. You can start starting from the semester 3 at the end of semester 3, because until then you should be familiar with the professors, the courses. Maybe then you can specify the focus area and choose a topic.
How much time did it take for you to write master?
So they actually give you 1 semester, but for writing, I think the actual time it took, it was 3 months. But it was the hardest 3 months in my life because I really wanted to have a higher GPA. So I didn't leave at that time. I was just in some kind of sick mode. I worked through the nights, dawns, but it will finish, of course. And it finished for me, and it's gonna finish for you. So don't take it too serious, and just relax. From the first semester, you don't have to worry about the thesis, okay? Support systems and resources. And yes, Europe, unlike
Sorry,
Uzbekistan.
I think we have a question
Yes,
from Anastasia.
go ahead.
What time?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes, I got my bachelor degree in South Korea, so I'm we had kind of similar like study plan and that you told us. So I have a question because a lot of people who studying in Europe, they recommend to travel around the countries around the Europe, but I want to study, and at the same time, I have like this experience to travel. So how do you manage? Did you manage to balance it? Is it like possible, or you have to choose to only study or to only hang out?
Thanks for the question, Anastasia. Yeah, it was a good reminder. Yes, the study program does not last the whole year. So, for example, in Germany, there are like 3 months of lecture-free period in a year. So you're gonna be devoting your 9 months to studying, and 3 months split it in two. You're gonna manage that time however you want. You want to travel, you wanna go back home. It's up to you. So I also did the same, and good thing about EU is that there are lots of holidays, and there are like, for example, during Christmas, so you're gonna be totally free. You can actually go back to Uzbekistan, celebrate the New Year, and come back again. Because during that 2-week period, there are no lectures, no deadlines, so it's just nothing. And it's just except those 3 months of lecture-free periods. So there are lots of holidays, free time, so you're gonna be good. It's not like that stressful. You don't need to study all the time. Did I answer to your question, Anastasia?
Yes, thank you very much. And for example, if we want to stay in Europe, so in order to stay, we have an experience before we graduate, right? So during holidays, we have to do internships or some kind of stuff like this. So I heard that if you want to do internship, you have to apply 1 year before or something like that. Can you please tell us about?
Not really. Thanks for the question. Not really.
Yeah.
It depends on the company who seeks those interns. So just before answering to your question, you asked about whether you need to have a visa while you have like 2 or 3 countries of your study, right? After arriving, so you will have your Schengen, national D visa, something like that. But then you should obtain residence permit, which has validity period or expiry date. So let's say you study in Spain for 1 year, and you know that you're going to be continuing in France for the 3rd semester, right? And you should apply to the French consulate or French authority for the residence permit or the document for you to move into Spain after your first residence permit expires. Just imagine, 31st of December, your document expires. That means you cannot leave the country. You may either go back to Uzbekistan, but through EU, you cannot travel, you cannot go outside unless you got another document. So that document is going to be the French issue, the document issued in France for you to study in France. And this process goes on to the next one as well. So make sure you apply and get those documents prepared before you travel. I think it's just valid. I mean, it's just true and correct to do so. You cannot have like indefinite a document with indefinite period. It always lasts.
I would like to add. I would like to add some insights about work and internships. For example, for the IT jobs, if you want to work at big companies like Big Four, like KPMG, Deloitte, or some consulting agencies, they take internships 1 year before, as you mentioned. For example, right now, you can, if you just go for EY, any Big Four companies, you can find internships starting from January. Usually the internships in Europe are 6 months, like minimum, 6 months to 1 year. So for example, in summer, you apply for January intake. There are two intakes. First in January, 6 months, starting from January, and the second one is autumn, starting from September, 6 months. So like in January, you can apply for the September, and in the summer, you can apply for the January. It's like basically, in general, it's like it works like this.
Yeah. So if I talk about that part, so I also worked as an intern while I was working. But in Germany, there was not such a rule that you need to apply beforehand. And the other question before coming to that, maybe your degree requires you to work as an intern or to have an internship. Maybe it's not.
Yes, mine is required like twice.
And where are you going? Which country?
I'm going first to Portugal for my first semester. Then second will be in Paris. After second semester, I will have internship, and the third semester will be in Barcelona. And again, my last semester will be connected to the university where I'm gonna do internship.
Okay.
So yes,
I think
something like this.
my colleague answered about France. So in France, you need to apply before 6 months, right?
Mostly when I checked the countries like Netherlands, Belgium, UK, France. I didn't check the Germany, but for those 4 countries, you need to apply. It's not like you need to apply, but if you search, you can find they will open 1 year ahead, and then they will be like reserved 1 year ahead, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, those internships are all different, and it depends on the company they are announcing. So if the company needs an intern in March, they can put an announcement in February, or if they require the person in May, they may open that position in April. So you just need to be, following their pages, their job portals, and apply as much earlier as possible. And you're gonna be good after that.
But may I ask you, like, based on your
Go ahead.
experience and experience of others who won this scholarship, do you think is it easy to, not like easy, but is it possible to get a job, or it's like only little percentage of people who graduate can stay there?
Yes. Okay. So it of course depends on the company, on the number of positions, on the number of applicants. There are lots of points here, but if you really want to work there, you will find a job because there are lots of companies, organizations which offer internships, working student positions. So you're going to be good finding that one of them. And actually, they are quite welcome when it comes to students. They actually encourage students to go and work for their company because they may be regarded as a subsequent employees of those companies. So, for example, it was not that difficult and it was not that easy for me to find a job. I really wanted to work and I found one. And actually, I worked for Allianz, if you have heard of the company. And it's a very huge organization with thousands of employees. And you can orient those kind of big companies while applying because they do actually favor and they don't have that much requirements on those candidates.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
And one more thing, one of the best practices is to find an internship through associated partners. So if you look at the websites of your programs, there are already associated partners and you can reach out to your coordinators. They would be able to help as well.
Yes. So actually, your university also have partnerships with other organizations and companies. You may actually use your contacts and through your university professors or the university council to find and maybe to advise you on jobs. Sorry, am I running late already? So I'm gonna be quick. So the last piece of advice from my side, start assignments as early as possible. As we said, as we did it, so you were asking questions, I was trying my best to answer. Oh, this is gonna be the same in Europe. This is gonna be the same in Europe. Just do it. As I did many mistakes in my English, you can also do, and it's okay. So nobody's dying out of that. So attend office hours. Don't be shy. Go and see your professors. At least see their offices, their desks, how they work, how they sit, in what environment. It's going to be very, I would say, memorable events in your studies. So do that. And presentations. As I said, during your studies, you're going to be having seminars and presentations. So focus on your public speaking. Try practicing at home. So it's going to be helpful. And then balance. Oh, and the last but not least, and the most crucial one, don't get overwhelmed about your studies. Sometimes, but not sometimes. Usually, you should focus on your work-life balance as well. I mean, study and life balance as well. Try having day offs, weekends. Try to entertain yourself. Get engaged. Go out and see people, know people, and hang around. Yeah, this is actually the altın davr, as we say in Uzbek. It's gonna be very gold period in your lives, because after studying, you're gonna be working, you're gonna be stuck in one company and then done. But while doing the masters, you just go and see all the Europe, all the countries, all the world, and with just ease. I think we already talked about these parts. Yes. I think, and we already covered the Q&A as well, I guess. And I should thank participants, as I say here. And if you have any questions, Bono will provide the context, and you can also connect via LinkedIn. So I actually sit there. I don't have any social media, but only LinkedIn. And these presentations will be provided further, so you can just recap again. It was too fast for me, actually. I didn't plan for that long speech, but so sorry.
And I'm sorry for to have missed the first part of the training. I meant to ask, did you guys discuss the Erasmus Mundus associations as well? Okay, great. Then we are covered. And I would like to thank Jamshid and Uchkun for your participation and for your commitment. And there were a lot of applicants for today's trainers. And I hope that we were able to provide you with the best ones. I can say you were, guys. And if you have any feedback on the session, you can provide it now, or if you have anything to say in the future. Of course, we have this functioning Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters 2025 group, and we will be able to help you. So this wraps up.
One last point, Mahmoud John, your colleague mentioned about that. So there are going to be lots of Black people in Europe. So don't be like too looking at them. Just relax, and they're just human beings, and not Black people, but you're going to see lots of different people. So just be tolerant. Do not show your, I don't know, surprises, shocks. Do not, I don't know, eyeball them. Do not make them uncomfortable, because actually in Uzbekistan, what we do, we follow people with our glares here, with our eyes. But there, I think in a couple of weeks, you're gonna be good. So you will get used to that. This was the part. This is the last part.
Okay, thank you very much. And do you guys have anything to say, to add? I think I missed the coffee break, which was the most live sessions of all. Yes, this wraps up our session. And if you don't mind, why don't we take the second picture with all of you?
but nobody asked why I'm wearing masks. I don't have any illness, but I have I have severe case of herpes on my lips, which I'm not gonna show you today. So please pardon me.
And we also, I'm sorry, have feedback for you guys. Thank you for the meeting and for all the useful information you have provided.